commitment to create a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crimes during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and the criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crimes so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. And with that, I'm going to go this way. Okay. And I'm going to turn this over to the DA and have him say a few words.
The focus, if you could tell, in this year's Crime Victims Awareness Week is twofold. The one is the question is, what can we do to help a victim of a crime? And the other is about hope. And I think one of the things that I am privileged to get to work with is someone like Handy Hernandez, whose job is to provide hope to those victims of crime. We know that from historical understanding in the story of Pandora's box, when it was opened and all the ills entered into our world, such as crime and other things, the one thing that was left in that box was hope. Hope is what gives us the power to endure and to move on from the tragedies that happened to us. Hope that the future can be better. One of Handy's main responsibilities is to ensure that people who have been victimized by crime have hope in the access to the criminal justice system, that they are accompanied as they go through the criminal justice system, and that they have help in processing the many paperwork issues that come with becoming a victim of crime. She helps those individuals receive the services to which they are entitled and get assistance which can help them get back on their feet. And I'm very privileged to work with someone like Handy. I'm also honored to work with my Assistant District Attorney, Ellen, who also works extensively with victims of crime, oftentimes with child victims of sexual assaults and other things, providing them with hope that there can be closure, that there can be accountability for what has happened to them. We think of, and now also Ariana, who works for the Victim Witness Advocate, does many of the same jobs as Handy does in terms of providing those services and making sure that victims of crime have access to that hope. The other question that we are asking ourselves this week for Victims of Crime Week is, what can we do to help a victim? Thinking back to quintessential stories in culture, we think of Pandora's box, but another one that is historically and culturally relevant, of course, is that of the Good Samaritan. And in the story of the Good Samaritan, we know that someone who had been beaten and robbed by robbers, if you will, on the way of an ancient path. And many people came to this robber, and what did they do? They crossed over to the other side, because it can be inconvenient to help a victim of crime, and it can be hard to help a victim of crime. And sometimes it reminds us, when we help a victim of crime, that we ourselves can be randomly victimized by the things that happen. But we know that what made the Good Samaritan good was that he, despite not knowing this person, stopped and took a moment to help that victim of crime. And that's a question we will always like to keep in the forefront of our own mind, is when we come across people that have been victimized, how can we be sure that we are doing what we can to restore them both emotionally, physically, and their emotional well-being after being victimized. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this proclamation and this reminder to all of us of the cost of being victimized by crime.
Okay, we're going to move on to department head announcements. CAO Espinoza, do we have any?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements. I'd like to invite up Dulce Alonso.
Good morning, Board. I have two quick updates. So one, I want to announce out the county's collaborating with Hollister Downtown Association, the Arts Council, La Micheladas, and La Catrina to put together a Latin dance on Sunday, May 5th from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And it's going to be held outdoors between 5th and 4th 4th Street, and I want to thank Dom and B for their input on and being on the ad hoc and kind of guidance to getting this done and moving forward. So we do have that this weekend, so I encourage you guys to attend if you're able to. The second update is on the sales tax incentive program. The Economic Development Committee received an update and recommended that we explore what other municipalities are doing to attract and retain businesses and look at other programs. So staff will be working on that and bringing it back to the Economic Development Committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Dulce.
Madam Chair, did you have a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The sales tax incentive program, though, of course, I requested that come back to the board for information at some point. I would like to have the whole board get an update on
Absolutely.
what's going on, and
Okay.
so we can have a discussion about that particular program. I understand we might want to explore other programs, but I'm the one that proposed that along with former Supervisor Tiffany, so I would like to bring that back and have a discussion with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make sure that happens. Thank you, Dulce. I'd like to invite up Ariel Goodsby. She's out of the planning department. She is a principal planner. She has a brief announcement.
Hi, good morning, board and members of the public. Thank you so much for having me up. And so staff has been really excited working on the low impact camping ordinance. And I just wanted to give you an update where we are at. We have gone to Planning Commission initially as a discussion. We end up having commissioner special meetings discussing it. In April, we then had HIP Camp come and do a presentation to them. And we got recommendations on what kinds of things we would like to see in our ordinance. We are bringing that to the May Planning Commission, and if approved and recommended, it'll be bringing to the board in June. So thank you so much. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate it. I'd like to invite up our PIO, Rosemary Dare.
Good morning, board and San Benito County neighbors. We are so excited to have the coloring book now live on our page. You can find that at cosb.us/150th underneath the coloring tab. And you can also get a copy for free if you stop by the admin building, or also our partners at the library have also sponsored a couple of these coloring books. But we're looking for a lot of submissions from the public. We really want to see a lot of the colorations that you guys do and the creativity that you guys add to this coloring book, and it will be featured in a 2025 calendar for next year. So we're hoping to get a lot of submissions, and we're also hoping that you guys will join us on July 27th from 10 to 6 at San Benito County Historical Park for the 150th celebrations. We're really excited to celebrate all of that with all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosemary. I've also been asked to pull item 1.13 to be heard at a later date. There's some work that still needs to be done with that particular item.
So just to be clear, 1.13?
Yes, 1.13. And I believe that's all the announcements that we have, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. So we're going to open it up to public comment for any item that is not on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. In chambers, I have Alex Siwak.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ingrid Siwak. I'm here to ask about the status of the city-county tax sharing agreement and how it relates to my remainder parcel. I purchased this property almost 30 years ago with a portion of it already within the city. I'm a builder and completed homes on the city portion just before the sewer moratorium hit. Since that time, I've been trying to annex the remainder portion. It is a county island completely surrounded by the city, and it lies between Oro Hardin Elementary and Powell Street. All utilities are available, and entrance streets are stubbed. For 30 years, I've paid the property taxes and faithfully dissed fire protection. A mitigated negative declaration has been adopted by the city, and the parcel has been pre-zoned. We have prepared a vested tentative map utilizing the density bonus law to provide very low income housing and a child care facility. Our LAFCO application was completed last year and was scheduled to be heard early in February. Days before the hearing, the city notified LAFCO that the current tax sharing agreement did not apply to my annexation, and my application was tabled, effectively shelved. The city will not let us develop in the county and will not let us annex. And nobody will talk to me as to why or how to proceed. After 30 years, I would like to at least annex this island before I die. My husband has more details. Thank you for your consideration and listening to me. I'd appreciate any help or advice you have for me to complete this annexation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Alex Siwak. I'm Ingrid's husband. We've been married over 40 years and have been trying to annex this parcel for almost 30 years. Our LAFCO application was completed last year for this county island, which is totally surrounded by the city and is in the middle of town. It was to be heard in February until the city blocked our agendized item from being considered. We requested a copy of the city's objection, but our public records request has been denied. We have met with Mr. Espinoza and Mr. Prado and understand that the tax sharing agreement remains in effect, would apply to our application, but may be revised in the coming years. A similar situation arose in the case of the Allendale annexation, the project on the hill behind the Taco Bell as you come into town. They were not an island, and 30 of their acres were outside the sphere of influence. LAFCO approved their annexation while the current tax sharing agreement was being finalized. They were allowed to proceed after all parties agreed to be bound by the terms of the final tax sharing agreement. A lien was recorded to that effect, and a condition added that their final map not be recorded until the annexation was completed. We have not been informed of what the roadblocks are to our annexation. Our parcel was SEQA cleared when a mitigated negative declaration was adopted. It has been pre-zoned and conformed to the city's general plan. A priority of the city's general plan is the annexation of county islands. If the city continues to block our annexation, then let us develop in the county. We would appreciate any help that the board may offer. Until we know what the concerns are, we cannot move forward. Hopefully you will allow us to contact Mr. Espinoza and Mr. Prado to resolve this issue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, I have Stacy McGrady.
Good morning. Thank you. Stacy McGrady, District 1. I'm here to speak briefly about CERT Community Emergency Response Training. I know that our Office of Emergency Services just hosted training, and I'm here now because September is Disaster Preparedness Month. I'm bringing it up now so that we have time to prepare for September. I am a huge fan and advocate of the CERT training program. CERT is designed to empower community members to be able to take care of themselves. It's part of when and then thinking. When the event happens, and it will, then we need to be prepared and have the tools to take care of ourselves, because emergency responders are understaffed, under-equipped, and it's simply unrealistic to think that they're going to be able to come and help us. So I taught CERT, I have my shirt, see? I taught CERT for the city of San Jose for a couple of years. I've also taught for Santa Cruz County. The first year in San Jose, we taught over 300 volunteers. The way it was organized in San Jose was by district, and each city council person or county supervisor was fighting to get CERT training in their district. So what I want to do is I want to challenge our supervisors as well as the city council to sign up 50 people in your district for upcoming CERT training. I'd love to see a friendly competition between the districts and maybe even overlapping with the city and county, because CERT is such a great way to build community resiliency as well as engaging neighborhoods so that people can know who their neighbor is and what the resources are that they bring. Top-down thinking that the government is going to come take care of us is unrealistic. People need to be empowered to take care of themselves, and we have an opportunity to do that. So I really want to promote CERT and volunteerism in our county, and I hope by bringing this up now, maybe we can get CERT training posted months in advance instead of just like a month in advance, so that more people could be involved. Also, we did CERT training through Zoom, and I know that with people's commitments to family, children, things on the weekend, that committing 2 weekends in a row can be challenging. But I think we could do a hybrid program where we could do the instruction part by Zoom and then the hands-on usually one day on a Saturday or Sunday. So thanks so much. I appreciate your time.
Next, I have Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. That's a great point that the last speaker brings up, and I'm going to bring it back up again under consent agenda item 1.14. So the county records for San Benito County show that 97%, these are county records, 97% of San Benito County is not developed. That leaves a total of 3% that has been developed. Based on the records of San Benito County, I would encourage you to research that information and stop the nonsense of these folks that keep saying that San Benito County is out of control. That 3% includes the city of San Juan Bautista, city of Hollister, and also Tres Pinos. So let's start working with the facts, and the facts are based by, and if they're not true facts, then I'm only relying on the facts that the county is giving the information to the public. So the roads are congested, and you come up here and you run for office, and I'm going to fix the roads, and we got to stop all this development. Well, guess what? Maybe we are one of the fastest growing counties being developed, as they say in the public record out there, these social media or newspapers that do all this kind of research. But 3% of San Benito County is not a lot. And I'm not saying we need to build to 100%, but I'm just saying that you have the facts to stop the nonsense. Now going back to nonsense, in my opinion, I've come before you and I really, really encourage to be proactive instead of reactive on what you're going to do for the future of the landfill. It's going to take time and it's going to take a lot of money, and I don't know how long it's going to take you all to finally decide that you need to bring it forward to start discussing it, whether you're going to move on with a transfer station. Where you're going to get the location. There's so many logistics, and the longer you wait, the more of a process that is going to be taken, and you're losing time. Finding a property is not gonna take you a year. It actually may take a few years, maybe even 5, 6, 7 years. So the sooner you start being proactive on what is gonna happen with the landfill, the better for the entirety of the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have one on Zoom. Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito. I have sent out a letter to all the supervisors concerning the issue of San Benito grants that we discussed at the last meeting. And I'm not sure if any supervisor has received that letter or that email. And if it's the case that emails are not read or commented on or responded to, I'd like to know, since it seems a little futile. However, I will read it to you. Good morning, supervisors. I have read and reread the community-based organization grant program overview for fiscal year 24-25 and the grant application. In trying to add comment to its form and function, it was apparent that this is neither a job for Reach nor a San Benito government entity. It needs to be placed in the hands of an informed, experienced, and non-partial entities such as the Community Foundation for San Benito County. The Community Foundation understands the law, the needs, the language, and the procedures to create a fair and equitable grant application that will suit the needs of San Benito County long into the future. Reading and judging grant applications is not personal in nature. It requires non-partial expertise, and you cannot get that from a governmental entity. Half measures will benefit neither the nonprofits nor the county community. Every grantor must put grant evaluations into the hands of neutral parties. Having said that, please recognize that San Benito County is entering an era of greater possibilities and prosperity by expanding its recognition of the nonprofit sector in its midst. Again, I encourage you to consult with our local community foundation. It is for San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, I apologize to all the board members. I skipped over board announcements, so I am going to start with Supervisor Gonzalez and work our way down.
Okay. I just returned back, excuse me, I'm a little bit under the weather. I just returned back from 2 conferences. The first one was the CSAC Legislative Conference in Sacramento, and that was the week of the 17th. And then I returned back from Arizona from a NALEO conference. NALEO is National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. It's a great organization, but their whole presentation was on addressing the housing crisis within our communities. And I came back with a lot of tools, so I'm really excited about this afternoon's meeting that we're going to be meeting with the Planning Commission, the joint meeting for the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission. But other than that, I don't have very much to report.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, thanks. I was at the Unsung Heroes Awards the Child Abuse Prevention Council put on. It was a really nice event, so thank you for putting that on, second annual. The Leadership Council, the Curriculum of Care that deals with homelessness, met this past week and was going to make a decision on the distribution of the HHAP round 4 funding, these homelessness dollars that come down to us, and they had recommended this rank and review panel, and the staff recommendation had been for about half of what the county was proposing, and really what we should receive, which was $332,000 based on population. And I just want to say thank you to Enrique Areola for speaking up, and I spoke up as well, and we got support from Supervisor Luis Alejo, doubled down on it. Really appreciate it. So we are going to get the $332,000 as opposed to the about half of that they were proposing for homelessness. So I'm glad about that. And then other meetings, we had Hazel Hawkins ad hoc regarding the proposal to the district, finance ad hoc regarding available ARPA tribal funds, and IT committee regarding next steps for broadband. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Supervisor Zanger? Oh, sorry, I just skipped right over it. Supervisor Sotelo?
That's okay. I knew I'd eventually get my chance. So I attended the Rebecca's Children's Services ribbon cutting, which was the former location of Chamberlain's, and it was incredible to see. They thought originally it was going to take like 2 years and raising a ton of money, and they ended up getting help from a group, HIF, a nonprofit, housing industry something. I don't remember what the F stands for, but it was incredible to see. And so there's now 5 kind of homes out there that will be for homeless families. And it's just really incredible. So very exciting to see Rebecca's Children's Services taking a bigger role in our county. I know they do a lot of work with behavioral health already, and we've got a contract with them. But now seeing kind of this new area that they're moving into, it was an incredible ribbon cutting. A lot of people from behavioral health were out there, so thank you for that. But just, I'm really excited to see them coming to our community. I would love to have them as a future presentation to the board, just about what they're doing, what their plans are for that facility, and just very, very grateful they're here. Incredible event and an incredible giving, from all of these companies and businesses that ended up not costing them a penny, and they did it from 2 years to 2 months. So really incredible what we can do when we come together as a community. The other is Supervisor Gonzalez and I have been meeting regarding the public defender ad hoc, and we're hoping to have something brought to the board for our board meeting next week. And we think we're moving in a really positive direction. So more to come on that at the board meeting next week. Other than that, that's it.
Okay, great. Okay, so I attended the CSAC annual conference or legislative conference also. It was very informative. I actually shared many of my notes already with staff, and some of the information that came out I shared last week during our other board meeting. I will say state mandates and the state mandate subcommittee on addressing funding from the state on any new legislation. The CSAC has been very instrumental in moving the county voices forward, and I'm going to be participating more aggressively in that. I also attended an Ag and Rural Steering Committee with NACO, and one of the areas which kind of ties along with some of our economic development hopeful goals for the future is outdoor activities. And there is a bill that was passed on the House floor. It's called the, let's see here. It is, I'm skipping ahead here, sorry. It was dealing with outdoor activities and how rural communities can kind of market where outdoor activities can be. So that ties along with our Clear Creek, and the state parks has been meeting with me and the Bureau of Land Management to try and promote what is available with Clear Creek for outdoor activities, and hopefully tying that in with Supervisor Kosmicki's goal of branding Pinnacles, San Benito County as the gateway to Pinnacles National Park. I think all of these things tied together could really boost our tourism and bring, I'm happy to hear the update on the low impact camping ordinance. I think that all ties together. The other thing is from this bill, it's this congressional bill is a bipartisan bill that has been unanimously agreed upon on both sides, that outdoor activities really needs to be supported. And it's making it easier for streamlining the process on state and public land. So I'm going to be following that, and as I get more information, I'll be sharing it also with staff. I did share some information yesterday. I didn't know the outdoor recreations is a $1.1 trillion industry, and it's growing exponentially ever since COVID. So I think we have some real opportunity there. The other thing is I'd like to thank Supervisor Zenger for stepping in for the Economic Development Advisory Committee. I really appreciate his participation in that. And then this Tuesday, actually last week, I attended Earth Day celebration, and the staff put on a wonderful celebration in San Juan Bautista. A good turnout. It was very positive, and the weather couldn't have been better. It started off very cold, and then it got very nice. So it was a great event, and happy to see so many of the community out there. It was nice to see that they started this new little electric car addition to Earth Day, so you can highlight your electric cars. It's something that I think they'll be expanding on next year, which could be a lot of fun. And then this Saturday is the annual Taste and Treasures for Girls Inc. And it is going to be on Saturday at 5:30. The location is at 1192 Lone Tree Road. This is an annual fundraiser to support after-school programs for our young women and young men. It's to encourage college attendance and to support kids that are struggling. So yeah, I really do encourage anyone that is interested. You can go on my Facebook page and get more information. And with that, I think that's it. So any other comments before and again, my apologies for jumping over that. Okay, so we're gonna go to consent, and we open it up to public comment on consent.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card, and on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. In chambers, we have Elias Salinas.
And just a reminder, the CAO pulled 1.13, so that is not on the agenda.
Thank you. It gives me more time. 1.5, 1.11, 1.114. 1.5 is the letter to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. In my opinion, your priorities are completely in reverse. I think that your first priority should be the protection of public safety, and not put in your first ask is for fixing Cienega Road to include or to help for tourism. I go up there. I use that road often, and it's not stopping people from going to go up there to enjoy the wineries. What you should include in the letter is the fact that the road was damaged by the storm, and not just because you need it for tourism. The other thing is, I've asked before and I haven't got the answer, and I know it's going to bring up the CEO's memory. Someone was supposed to get back to me. Is how much money is the state of California contributing to Cienega Road based on the state park that's there, that actually is used more and is actually damaged more by those trailers that are going back and forth on weekends, long weekends, with all those motorcycles going up there. 1.11 is I realize that this is really important. You haven't been able to find somebody to replace, and you're not diminishing anything by hiring people with education, but with experience, but not that much education when it comes to the library. But I do ask, in all sincerity, do not rush on promotions, and this is on another agenda item where you're going to reclassify. Do not rush to any reclassification for any individual or any promotion until the FBI has concluded its forensics audit on what occurred at the library and how it affects other departments or individuals that are employed within San Benito County. 1.14. First of all, we are not 65 miles to Monterey Bay, nor are we 85 miles south of San Jose. Reading all this information on 1.14, in my opinion, and I hope that it is yours too, is the Office of Emergency Services responsibility. Why are you asking to hire a contractor to come in and do the responsibility of this individual's job already? I do not understand. You want a contractor to be able to have relationships with FEMA. You want them to be able to have relationships with local individuals when it comes to having potable water, to having food. That's already contacting the San Benito County Water District and Sunny Slope Water District and the City of Hollister in an emergency to have water. Why are you not partnering up, or why is it not being partnered up with the San Benito County Food Bank? Why are you not having already on a list already farmers that you reach out to have food in emergency? Stacy McGrady brought up a great point. You know, teaching yourselves, getting yourselves educating, training yourselves in an emergency. And now this contractor, if this contractor is brought in, they should not be contracted with another municipality, that's what it says, because in event of emergency, who's going to be the first choice? Good grief. In my opinion, please, and agree with me and just put it off for now. Do not accept this until you do some more research. Do you need to actually go out and find a contractor while you still have an individual with the title that is in charge of exactly what is supposed to be done here? You have search and rescue folks already here. You have the sheriff's department, you have the police department, you have the water resources, you have the farmers, you have volunteers, you have experts within our community that when an emergency happens, and it's done before, we all come together and we all contribute. But there should already be a book for your standard operating procedures of what happens when that siren goes off. And that is the responsibility and that is the job. If it's not, it should be, and I don't know why it is not the job of this individual right now who holds the position to have to go out now and they're asking, I want to go hire somebody to come do my job. Also take in mind that we have the Vets Memorial, we have RVs, and we also have Strada Verde available for emergencies where people can meet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no further public comment.
Bringing it back to the board, is there any items to pull? Supervisor Kuzmicki?
1.4.
Any others?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
1.5, 1.11, 1.12, 1.14, 1.18, and 1.19.
I'm just going to repeat just to make sure I got all those correct. So I have 1.5, 1.11, 1.12, 1.14, 1.18, and 1.19?
Correct.
Okay. And 1.13 was already pulled. Any others? Can I get a motion to approve the remainders?
Move to approve all the other items not pulled from the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Vanessa, are you good with all those? Okay, great. Okay, so we are now moving on to regular agenda. And item number 2.1 is a presentation from the Arts Council. Is Jennifer here? Or is she online? Oh, there you are.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Jennifer Lane. I'm the Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for giving me the opportunity to do our annual State of the Arts presentation. I really look forward to this presentation every year. We do it in April. April statewide is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in California, so we really use this month to highlight all the amazing arts and cultural activities, events, artists, culture bearers that make this work happen. And then we also come to you once a year for an annual resolution to allow our organization to serve as a state local partner to the California Arts Council, which is our state arts agency. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to run through some real, high-level highlights of what we've been working on over the last year, and then we look forward to a reading of the proclamation and resolution. So our organization, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We've been around for about 16 years or so. Our mission, very broadly, is to activate and engage people, communities, and spaces throughout the county through arts, culture, and creativity. I'm going to focus on a couple of our main programs, but I know most of you are quite familiar with our organization, know that we do a lot throughout the community, but kind of high level. Well, first, a bit of background. We serve as a state local partner to the California Arts Council. The California Arts Council is the state arts agency for arts and culture, similar to the California Department of Transportation, other state agencies, and we work at the local level to increase access to the arts for all residents in our county. This program was established by Governor Brown in 1980, so it's a well-established program. There are currently 54 state local partners in California's 58 counties. We're working on getting those designations in some of the counties that don't have state local partners, which include Alpine, small population of 1,000 people. We have a very active peer-led coalition of state local partners that we meet monthly and connect with the California Arts Council. So we serve that role here, and we only are able to serve in this role through this annual designation by our County Board of Supervisors. With that, sorry, this is an older version, so some of the formatting's off. With that, we offer a number of programs and services to the county, which include professional development and capacity building for artists and arts organizations. We do grant making. This past year, we distributed over $100,000 to local arts organizations. This past year, in part, was year 2 of the ARP grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to kind of help artists and arts organizations coming out of COVID and the pandemic. We do a lot of outreach and promotion. More directly, we run an arts facility where we do rotating arts exhibitions, have after-school art classes, we present concerts, and then some of our big programs include arts education and things around community engagement. I will say, because of a lot of the grant funding that we aggressively apply for and receive and bring into the county, we're able to offer most of our programs over 90% free or at no cost to members of our community. So our largest program that we're really very, very proud of is our arts and education program. This one here is our visual art program, which is a weekly visual art program for all students in the Hollister School District, grades TK through 8. We also have a similar program with Tres Pinos, as well as with Aromas San Juan School District. This program serves over 6,000 students per week and over 185 art classes per week. So the schools are required by the California Department of Ed to provide visual and performing arts. Over the years, they have not been able to do so directly, so they outsource that part to us, and we work really closely with a team of teaching artist employees. We use a state-adopted visual and performing arts curriculum, and so we built this program really, scaffolding it year by year, and are very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. So students are getting access to the arts in the same way that they have access to math and science and English and physical education. Other programs that we do in the school include our ukulele program. We have a school mural program and a musical theater one as well. So there's lots of different branches and ways that we try to reach students all throughout their educational experience. This is a program, our Dreams Project, that we're really proud to bring in funding from the state and also partner locally with our Department of Probation, with Janelle Casada, who of course works at our county youth facility. We bring art programs into the county juvenile hall as well as into San Andreas and Santa Ana schools. In the areas around community engagement, it's really to focus on participation, exposure, and accessibility to the arts. We're convening artists throughout the county to see what their needs are, how we can support them. So we're doing artist roundtables. We just finished a couple weekends of open studios, and I'd like to invite you all to an upcoming night market that we're doing at our space on May 18th. Originally it was scheduled for early May, but because of weather, we rescheduled. That was meant to be a kickoff to open studios, and now it's kind of concluding open studios. And then we've been doing a series of Latin dance nights at the Ale House and throughout the community, and I think was mentioned in an earlier staff report. We're really happy to partner with the county on the 150th celebration on Cinco de Mayo downtown Hollister for a Latin dance event. Another program we're really proud of that's about 2/3 of the way through is the California Creative Corps. We worked together with 6 other county arts agencies, and brought in $4 million to our region to implement this California Creative Corps program, which is really looking at the ways that artists can work closely inside government agencies and community nonprofits to address issues around public health, civic engagement, social justice, and climate. So we have a great partnership here with the county elections office. Bentio has been working closely with them on community engagement around voter education and registration. And this grant project will conclude sort of mid-summer, and then we're working with a consultant to do a case study on a number of programs throughout the Central Coast to see what we've all learned. Of course, some highlights, many of you, I think all of you actually were out there in San Juan Bautista for the ribbon cutting, or if not, maybe when the California Transportation Commission visited this Clean California mural that we installed on the Washington Street underpass in San Juan Bautista. This was a great project over the last 2 years, and we were happy to celebrate this. It is now complete, although we do hope to work with the city of San Juan to install some lighting just to highlight the mural in the evening and also increase safety and security around the site. This is another Clean California project on Highway 25. The sculpture was just installed a couple months ago, and we're waiting. You can see on your right, this is when they were prototyping the light. The sculpture really is meant to, has a very strong lighting component to it. We're waiting for a foundation to be installed for a solar panel, and once that's installed, we hope in the next couple weeks, the sculpture will be illuminated at night, and we'll create this really neat mosaic pattern on the back sound wall. So that's that's forthcoming, and as you know too, there's a lot of landscaping and irrigation and things going up along this corridor that's really improving the space and the safety. We also did a series of utility box murals all along this corridor as well, and these were created by local artists. So I'll just say, April is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. We really like to use this opportunity to highlight the impact that artists have in our communities. In California, the creative economy, which includes, fine artists, entertainment, those working in film and publishing, it contributes over $500 billion to the California creative economy and employs 1.8 million people. It's a real player in California's GDP. We're looking for ways to increase and support our creative economy locally so that artists, creatives, culture bearers can live and work here and contribute positively to our economy and our quality of life. So here we are, this was just 10 days ago. We were up in Sacramento for a few days, met with our legislators, and we also attended the annual California Arts and Culture Summit. I just wanted to highlight a couple opportunities because you might be thinking, oh, this is all very nice, good work, pat on the back, but there are some really exciting upcoming opportunities that I'd love to be able to collaborate with the county on. One is an existing Arts in California Parks program. This grant opportunity is open now. The deadline is June 15th, and
It's okay. You can keep
this is like my last slide.
That's okay.
So this is an opportunity to incorporate art or performances in California parks. It is applicable to state parks, county and city designated parks, not for national parks, so Pinnacles would not be included, but Fremont's Peak, the Mission, as well as local parks, this is an opportunity. So I would love to connect with you on that. We are happy to apply or work closely with REACH or another nonprofit to submit an application to see what we can do here in our community. The other thing just to highlight is we are working closely with Uplift, the organization that is working on our California Jobs First initiatives here in our region. We've convened an arts and culture roundtable with them and are looking at some opportunities to support creative workforce development in our region. So we're working closely with Uplift as well as the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. Just kind of want to plant a seed there. There's a real opportunity to work with our higher ed institutions and our community college on teacher training development. California right now has a 10 to 15,000 shortage of credentialed art teachers, which California needs because of this passage of Prop 28 that was passed in November 2022. This is a local need as well as a statewide need. Before, it never paid to become an art teacher because there were no jobs. For starting now and far into the future, there will be demand for art teachers. So this is something that we can work on here, especially with the opening of the new GAV campus. And there are other ideas as well as around these kinds of investments. Two more quick things. One is we always do our annual California Poetry Out Loud competition, which is a recitation contest. We do it at the county level. The student that wins at the county goes to the state. However, we would really love to establish a youth poet laureate program with the county. It's an opportunity to recognize a local youth in these areas around public speaking and poetry. Other counties in our region have similar programs. So this is something that if you're okay, we'll just find the right person to contact and follow up with an email. And our Director of Arts Education, Amanda Chiato, this is something she's very passionate about, and she herself is also a poet in California, poet in the schools teacher. Lastly, I would just like to say that I know that I've spoken with Ray Espinosa on a number of occasions. Most counties and cities have percent for art ordinances. It's really the only way to establish a sustainable source of arts funding in any kind of municipality. This is often a small impact fee that is put on either private or public development and can be used to either go into a fund for grant making or is often used to commission public art. There are several examples that I've shared with the county from the city of Watsonville, Salinas, county of Santa Cruz. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but if the county would like to see more art, more opportunities for beautification, opportunities for folks to see themselves reflected in these spaces, this is the way to do it. I just provided expert testimony on a AB 2720, which is a bill for the state to establish a percent for art program for the state to commission public art in state spaces. This is authored by Assembly Member McCarty from Sacramento. So this is, again, it's something that if you're thinking, as a county, what can we do? We don't have a lot of revenue. This is a way to do it that's actually very favorable with developers because it does that community engagement and has that community buy-in and goodwill. So I will leave with that and just want to thank you again for your time. I know there's lots of busy things to get to, but I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you today.
And Jennifer, before we go to bring it back to the board and do the resolution and the proclamation, we're going to open it up for a quick public comment, and then we'll bring you back for the proclamation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I do have one in chambers. Enrique Luna.
Hi, thank you. I am currently a board member of the Arts Council, but prior to that, I had the opportunity to receive, I got a chance to paint one of the utility boxes. And it's really listening to Jennifer, by the way, who's an excellent director of our Arts Council. Prior to joining the board, I got a chance to paint one of these utility boxes. And while Jennifer talks about the big picture, just at the very, very tiny personal level of just painting this thing, on a corner, what I found most interesting was how many people came by and stopped and actually asked questions. Some people were wondering, hey, do you get paid for this thing? And how much are you paying for this nonsense? But most people were really saying, hey, that's really great. And I think it's just the activity that people creating art creates an activity that feels like there's life in the community. It has the residue of having something that is is going to stay for a while, and hopefully, you know, people appreciate whatever is there. But really, what I'd like to focus in on is continuing to support the activity, because the activity gives a sense of a lively community. The paintings, the different projects are evidence of what has happened, but I think people are really excited to see that things are actually happening, because it's so easy to just go by and, you know, see something that is missing, or I wish we had something. And people do get energized by the process of seeing things happening. So it's just, you know, continue to support the activity, which quite often, for the most part, are going to be small projects. But I think they add a lot to the community, aside from the ultimate final project. That's the only thing I wanted to say. But prior to that, I did actually want to tell the board that I seldom come to governmental meetings of any kind, just because, I don't know, they sound mind-numbing. But honestly, it is difficult, and I do want to express my appreciation for the work that you do, as well as the work that Jennifer does, because I think it's so easy to focus in on dysfunction and what doesn't happen, and not take a look at the people who are participating and actually working out the competing pressures and making things move forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments.
Also, Janelle Casada.
Good morning, Board, Madam Chair. I get to work with some of you in my day-to-day job as the Program Manager for Probation over our Youth Services Center. But I am honored to speak today as the Board President for San Benito Arts Council. I want to thank Jennifer Lane for that wonderful project and all the things that they do. One that's closest to my heart is the Arts and Education and the Dreams Project. And we have been partnering with the Arts Council for about 6 or 7 years, maybe a little bit longer. And they bring all those programs that she spoke about, but inside the facility with the youth that are justice involved. It is such a powerful program. The youth in the facility get to work on different, you know, poetry, dance. They get to work on art and mural. And some of these youth, all of them do an exit survey at the end, and they have undoubtedly said that the arts is probably their most favorite and what they learn about themselves. So I think it's something that's just so important. I'm so proud to be part of this Arts Council board, and not just for the board itself, but for the community. I've been involved in some of the Latin dance nights, some of the art exhibits that they produce and people come out for, and I think it really says volumes about the people that come out to those events. And I want to thank Jennifer for being the leader behind that, and the artists that show up to every single school and every single event that keeps the community full of art and culture. And I think it's so important for this community, and I want to thank you to the board for acknowledging this today. I think it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And on Zoom, Valerie Eglin, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Jennifer's presentation was excellent as usual, and there's so many exciting things happening now with grants from the state, the federals, everything. So to take advantage of all of those grants, and yes, we saw the California Creatives Grant, and we're excited that we knew Jennifer would be finding that, and that it will offer opportunities with our new regional park as well as the historical park to add artwork to the areas. And it is statistically proven that art in parks, and especially along trails, adds significantly to use, and it is not degraded. So, yeah, really encouraging the Board of Supervisors to move with that grant-making process with Jennifer and move some art into the parks. So I think that there was a budget already, but this is definitely going to increase that and give us some good pieces in the park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And I have no further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Jennifer, thank you for your presentation. I didn't realize how involved you are in the community, and you have such a great rapport with the area artists. In one of our ad hoc meetings with the 150th, John Warble attended the meeting, and he had mentioned the desire to do some sort of mural on the bathrooms there at the historical park. So Valerie Egden, thank you for mentioning that. It kind of triggered some things. So with the vast amount of artists that you work with, you know, the utility box artists and so forth, is there something that we can do to work together in conjunction, not necessarily with the 150th, but to kind of leave a mark there on the bathrooms? Because again, it's the newly renovated men's and women's bathroom. Beautiful white canvas out there just waiting to be given some attention. So if we don't give it positive attention, it's going to get the negative attention of graffiti. And so is there something that we can do with whatever grants might be available, or work with Dulce and, you know, in conjunction with the 150th, but maybe do something, and I don't know exactly what that something would be, but some sort of bring the arts into the park in relation to the county's 150th, and get the artists involved, you know, do what you do in relationship with the community and the artists and so forth. Is that something that we can do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something we could do, you know, independent of the Arts in California Parks grant. That's a much bigger grant. In fact, it's a 2-part grant. So coming up, there is an opportunity to apply for a planning grant. So if we're not quite sure yet where to invest, or really want to do some early community engagement or more in-depth community engagement, one option would be to apply for a planning grant for 1 year, and then to follow up with a full grant application. So that's something we can discuss. For something, you know, murals on a bathroom, we absolutely have people that can do that. We would need to figure out sort of like the size and scope of the project to apply a budget, or to determine a budget. But yeah, we have a muralist right here, Julian, who's on our team and staff. He's doing a bunch of murals in the schools, and Enrique. So yeah, there's a process that we have, kind of depending on the project, if we would want to do an RFQ, just to make the opportunity open and accessible to all artists to apply. But we absolutely, one thing we just don't compromise on is that we believe artists deserve to get paid. So we typically do not pursue a lot of these opportunities and look for volunteer artists. That's just not something that we would really get behind. However, there are opportunities to pay a lead artist and then have community members participate in the design, and then even the painting too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if we can follow up with that, because I don't know exactly what Mr. Warble's vision is for that canvas out there, but it would be great if we can work in conjunction with that, and then have something to memorialize the 150th anniversary there at the historical park. That would be beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all for it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki.
Yeah, thank you as always. I'm always impressed by the work of the Arts Council. You guys do a great job. So thank you for the recap. I would, as we talk about impact fees, I would hope that we have that discussion about potentially including a small sort of fee for development to support the arts. So thank you for bringing that up again.
Yeah, and I'm happy to forward on those sample ordinances to all of you, if that's helpful.
CAO Espinoza.
Yeah, we've had great conversations about this. Staff actually has been working on that, on evaluating the fees, working on an ordinance. So it will be coming back to your board, especially with the developer and the fees. So we've been working on it.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. First of all, Jennifer, your team, all of the community members that help, thank you so much for just everything that you do for this community and bringing so much of the arts and culture. It's really fun to drive around and see all of the new things that have been added. On my screensaver on my county phone is the mural in San Juan Bautista. It's just absolutely gorgeous, and so you're bringing so much beauty to the county. So thank you. I'm really supportive of the county being involved in whatever capacity we can for supporting this Arts in the Park grant, as well as the Youth Poet Laureate. I think would be really fun and exciting to see. The other thing is, I'm just wondering if in the future, since April is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, is there something that we could do? I don't know, could we plan some type of a celebration, like a public celebration, maybe for 2025, where it's the county and the city and the Arts Council? There are so many artists and people that are doing amazing things in this community, and kind of bringing everybody together and doing kind of a public celebration, whether it's in San Juan or downtown Hollister or maybe in both locations. But it sure seems like to highlight that would be such a wonderful thing. And then I also am very supportive of the impact fee that would be designated for arts. So, but thank you so much for what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. And yes to all of that. Supervisor Zanger, do you have any comments or questions? Yep, we're going to pass the resolution first and then the proclamation, and then we'll do that. So I just want to thank very much for everything that you do. I will say you've seen a wave kind of happen in our community in the arts world, which is very inspiring. I mean, it's nice to see even people that stop you when you're painting. I was one of those people. I stopped, I talked. I don't know if it was you, but one of the artists I did talk to, because I was trying to get what is this going to look like when it's done? Because everything's themed around our community, which is very important that we really start to keep the heritage and the history of our community, and art is a wonderful way of doing that. I also totally support Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Sotelo on the impact fee. I think that's something that needs to come back. Also, staff with anything we can do to help with grant. I like the idea of the planning, because I think the planning grant will be a way of setting a strategic plan forward in what we're going to be doing. So if we're going to be going down that road, I would really support the planning grant so that we have a master kind of arts plan. With that, let's bring it back to the board. We need to adopt the resolution approving the San Benito Arts Council to serve the San Benito County as the state and local partner of the California Arts Council. We can do this all together. We're also going to approve a proclamation declaring April 2024 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the County of San Benito. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Supervisor Zanger, you're on.
Photo op.
All right, great. I'm very happy to be here to recognize the Arts Council for everything that they do. Art in the community is important. It dramatically improves the lives of the people living here, and a little investment goes such a long way when it comes to really deepening that sense of community and developing and highlighting culture. So very grateful for everyone and the Arts Council and all the work they do. So I'm going to read a little bit of this now. Whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month of April is the 6th annual statewide celebration, and whereas the San Benito County Arts Council leads efforts to advance the arts through programs, partnerships, and community building initiatives such as their Arts and Education Program, Central Coast Creative Corps Program, and Arts Express Grant Program, amongst others. Now therefore be it proclaimed on this 30th day of April 2024, the Board of Supervisors, County of San Benito, State of California, hereby proclaims April 2024 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month and encourages everyone to join in the celebration. So, thank you very much.
She tells us where to stand. She'll say move to the left, move to the right. We do whatever Rosemary tells us to do. Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break right now, so if we can come back at, we'll say 20 after. break, and we're moving on to item 2.2, receive and accept informational presentation from Executive Director Carmender Brown from San Benito Resource Conservation District. So Dulce is going to open this for us.
So I just want to invite the director to come up and start the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Before that, some background information. We are bringing this to share what the Conservation District does and how they're formed, and we're really thankful that you're here today to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board and county staff for having us today. I knew it was going to be a really hard act to follow the Arts Council. When I saw that on the agenda, I was like, wow, they are so amazing. I'm a huge fan of the Arts Council. I will be out there on Cinco de Mayo. Please don't laugh at my dancing, but know that they have created such a welcoming environment in that program, and yeah, they're amazing. I did realize too that it's actually kind of a good setup for RCD presentation, because it's my belief that in 5 years, hopefully earlier, the RCD will be able to be for agriculture and the environment in San Benito County what the Arts Council has become for our arts and culture in this community. We have a ways to go yet, but I hope by the end of this presentation that you'll agree with me that we're well on our way. So I wanted to start with just giving you a little background, just a little bit of recap from what I presented to you last year. I think it was a year ago, February, to let you know what the RCD is and what type of entity it is. So the RCD is an independent special district. It's organized under state law. There are approximately 98 others in California, and if that doesn't seem to add up, it's because there are more than one in some very large counties. Some have as many as 3 or 4 resource conservation districts. We're non-regulatory and non-advocacy. Those are both really important aspects to how we support especially private landowners in rural areas. Our services are confidential, free, and local, and because we are a Brown Act governed entity, our services and all of our work is accountable to our local community. We're a unique type of public entity because our program focus can change according to community needs. Here in San Benito, this could mean that we work with agriculture, we can work with urban and residential communities, we can also work with tribes and with our local schools and parks and youth programs. We're governed by a board of 5 appointed volunteer directors. You can see their names here, and a couple of them have joined us today. They're all required to be landowners or the designated agents of landowners in the county, and we're really fortunate on our current fully seated board. They're all actively engaged. I'm really grateful to all of them because right now I'm still the only staff, and it's a heavy lift, and my board has been incredibly supportive. And they represent different land uses in our county, such as farming, ranching, and wildlands conservation and restoration. So they also bring with them a wealth of knowledge and experience to the RCD. RCDs traditionally partner very closely with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. That's our federal partner. They were actually created together around the time of the Dust Bowl. And the RCD was meant to be the local accountability sort of arm of that federal agency. That has evolved quite a bit to where RCDs today, some of them operate almost completely independently from the federal agency. We share office space with the U.S. Department of Agriculture on Technology Parkway here in Hollister. I also wanted to take the opportunity to make sure that you're all aware that that physical office, it's near the county building, near where the RMA is. That office has been closed since February for a remodel. It was supposed to only take a couple months, but it's looking like it will continue to be closed until at least the 3rd week of June. So for the time being, the RCD is operating completely remotely, and our phones, unfortunately, are also down. So I think most of you have my cell phone number. The other best way for the public to reach the RCD at this time is to email us at info@rcdsanbenito.org. On the positive side, when the office remodel is completed, we're going to have a dedicated office for the executive director position. We're going to have at least 2 workstations for additional staff, and that's provided to us by the USDA rent-free. So that's really a a benefit of our collaboration with them. So I think we're ready for the first slide. I was asked to share with you how we're structured and how we're funded and how we're staffed. So this hasn't changed since last year. We're still entirely grant funded. The county has a history of providing a small amount of funding each year. I've tried to go through the records and find out when that started. I'm not completely sure. I know that it's been since at least the early 2000s. I remember back in 2006 that the RCD was getting a contribution of, I believe, $13,000, and then more recently was $15,000. And then in the last 2 fiscal years, you allocated $20,000 in fiscal year 23-24 and $25,000 in fiscal year 24-25, the current year. The county funding is a really crucial part of our budget because it's is unrestricted and can go toward basic operating expenses. We need that in order to cover things like administrative staff and insurance, paying for audits and that sort of thing. This is a overview of the operating funds picture for recent years. I will point out I made an error on fiscal year 23. That should read 20,000, not 22. I was thinking about fiscal year 22-23, so that's why that number appears on the slide. And then this year we're requesting 25,000, and hope that again by the end of this presentation we'll see why that's such a really good investment for the county. We've also been really extremely fortunate in this past year to have been awarded a very generous operating grant from a private foundation called the Globetrotter Foundation. You can see here that they've allocated $80,000 in year 1, $60,000 in year 2, and $40,000 in year 3. While this is an operating grant, it is earmarked for specific activities, including a strategic planning retreat. We need to develop a 5-year strategic plan in order to reach a certain level of accreditation within the RCD world, and we're working toward that. We also just believe that it's important to know where we're headed so that we're not just going after every grant opportunity that pops up, but that we're following a plan. This grant will also allow us to hire a part-time administrative assistant, which is something we clearly need based on my errors on the slides. I'm currently doing everything for the RCD, from, I'm the clerk of the board, I'm the administrative officer, and I also am implementing the programs, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. So some days I'm out on farms talking about implementing projects. So it's a lot to balance, but as you can see from this staffing outlook here, that we are pending transition of my position to be an employee. I'm still currently a contractor, and the discussion has been to have me be an employee at 30 hours a week. We have a grant to hire a half-time outreach coordinator, and we're really hoping to move forward on that hiring process in May. We also are going to be hiring the administrative assistant funded by the Globetrotter grant. And I just found out around the same day that I put these slides together that we have been awarded another grant from the Department of Conservation. It's a block grant to 5 Central Coast RCDs, and that grant will allow us to hire at least a half-time agricultural technician, and it's our intention that that technician will be bilingual Spanish. So we're very excited about that. And then to do our books, we work with a contracted bookkeeper who also does the books for 2 neighboring RCDs, which means that she brings with her a wealth of experience about how RCDs are structured and how their finances work. So I wanted to give you an overview of the grant funding that we have in contract. Last year when I was here, I think we had just been notified that a couple of these grants were awarded, and we're now in contract and beginning to do work on those programs. The first one is a state-funded pollinator and wildlife habitat block grant. We're currently working on 2 farms where we're doing extensive pollinator hedgerow plantings, and on one of those farms we're also doing an extensive riparian planting. That means planting hedgerow plants along a stream bank, which also helps prevent erosion and can help mitigate flood impacts. We are with this grant, we also have funds to do at least one public site, and we haven't begun work on that because the farm projects are bigger and take more time to plan. But I hope that that will either be at a public school or a public park, and if we can stretch our funds, hopefully we'll be able to work on more than one public site. And hearing Jennifer's presentation, I was thinking we really ought to be talking to the Arts Council too, because we may be able to partner on one of their projects where they would do maybe a hardscape or mural type installation, and we would plant pollinator plants that would add to the beauty of the site. Our Coastal Conservancy grant for wildfire resiliency is really exciting. We have already begun work on that probably 6 or 8 months ago, but due to the slowness of contracting processes, specifically with the UC, we only a week or so ago actually got us our sub-award signed. So I'm bringing that up, we're very, very happy to be in partnership with UC Cooperative Extension, but I'm sharing that so that you understand that this is a typical situation for RCDs. We have been devoting a lot of staff time to working on this fire planning grant, and we are only now just about to be able to invoice for the first time, and once we invoice, there will probably be a 2 or 3 month lag before we actually see any revenue from this grant. So that's why the unrestricted operating funds from the county are so important. On this grant, I wanted to point out also that the county Office of Emergency Services is actually one of the core collaborators on this project, and the first public meeting is going to happen on Wednesday, May 8th. I have a slide for that with more information, and we'll be providing that on our website soon also. But I really want to highlight that community meeting is open to everyone. It's especially relevant for people who live in high wildfire risk communities such as Cienega, San Juan Canyon, Aromas, and South County. I've already reached out to...
You're okay.
Already 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's okay. Keep
All right,
going.
I'll try to go faster. Anyhow, I really hope that you all will participate in this in some way. It's focused on the update of our community wildfire protection plan, which has not been updated since 2010. And we all know there's been a lot of changes to county infrastructure and communities in that time period. We have another grant that's doing conservation planning. We're working on with 4 different farms currently to do nutrient management plans, soil health management plans, pollinator plans, and carbon farm plans. 3 of those farms, they're all small farms, and 3 of them would be considered historically underserved producers, so we're proud of that also. And then we also have a couple of small grants that are related to the RCD's participation in regional wildlife and landscape scale conservation planning efforts. And why is it important for us to be there? It's important for us to be there representing our San Benito County landowners and other constituents, because these are multi-county planning efforts, and right now the RCD and the San Benito Land Trust are really the only entities kind of speaking up for San Benito County and what we would like to see come out of these conservation efforts. We also have a couple of smaller grants that are focused specifically on providing technical assistance to underserved farmers. And for your information, that historically underserved term refers to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which, again, with the NRCS program having been developed in the 1930s, there has recently been light shed on the fact that a lot of farmers in the United States have not had access to the same federal farm bill assistance programs. Here in San Benito County, for us, this means focusing on making sure that Spanish-speaking farmers, particularly farmers in North County who were disproportionately affected by first severe drought for a couple of years running, and then following on that, one disastrous flood year, and then this winter was also quite difficult for people in some of the low-lying areas. So we'll be using this funding to make sure that those folks are getting the assistance they need to keep their farms running. We have a fee-for-service contract for Audubon Conservation Ranching. This is a program that helps ranchers who would like to have their land become bird-friendly certified. We provide the technical assistance for that. And then we have these 2 recent grants awarded. I already mentioned the Department of Conservation Award, the Climate Smart Land Management Grant, that is the one that will allow us to hire a half-time, or I'm hoping if we can piece different funding puzzle pieces together, maybe more than a half-time bilingual agricultural technician. And that number actually should be $334,000. That's the amount that was in the proposal originally for the RCD. When I got the notice last week that the funding had been granted, it was with the caveat that the Department of Conservation cut it by 15%, and that's because they were oversubscribed in that program. But then in the past couple of days, I found out that our partner RCDs in Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, San Mateo County, and Santa Clara County, all of those executive directors decided to not take the cuts across the board, but to not touch the budget for San Benito RCD and for Loma Prieta, which is our another small RCD based in Gilroy. And I bring that up just to demonstrate how strong our partnerships are with these other RCDs. It gives me goosebumps. They've just been extremely supportive of us in the past 2 years in terms of both passing through funding from block grants, but also sharing resources, everything from templates for me to use in my work to, their expertise and experience. So just wanted to give a shout out to them. And then I think you're all aware of the San Benito County SALC Planning Grant, and it's been a pleasure to work with Ariel and the Resource Management Agency staff on that. The RCD actually helped bring that opportunity to the county a couple years ago, and we helped in applying for the grant, and we're really excited to have a small part in moving that program forward. Wanted to just give you a snapshot of all the different events we've had in the past couple of years. The ones pictured here are 2 of them are focused on the ranching community. Chair Kuro attended our grazing field day in Bitterwater last year. It was a very remote site, but we had 45 people who were out there and really excited to be there to learn about grazing management techniques that excuse me, can help control invasive weeds and support and encourage native perennial grasses, among other things. In this current fiscal year, we were co-hosts of 3 very impactful workshops and field days. I'll just highlight one because I know we're going over time. In the bottom left corner, where you see the gentleman with the cowboy hat, that is a workshop for Spanish-speaking farmers that was held in Hollister. The content was provided by RCD Monterey. They have several bilingual staff who do amazing work out on farms around soil health and other issues. So they provided the content, but they are so excited to have an active RCD here in San Benito now, and they asked if we would host because they knew that there are a lot of producers in San Benito County who might not be able to access a workshop if it were held in Gilroy or Salinas. And that room, I'm so proud we packed that room. Every seat was taken at the epicenter that day. And that's another example of how we're leveraging partnerships. All we had to pay for was we make a donation to the community foundation to use the epicenter, and maybe 8 hours of staff time helping with outreach, and then we were able to provide this really important service. The workshop was focused on how these farmers can access disaster assistance that's available from the state of California. Believe it or not, this is pertaining to the drought of several years ago. It takes that long for these programs to roll out. And by this time, as I mentioned before, these farmers have already experienced 2 other disasters related to flooding. So you can imagine that getting access to these grants, which will help, they won't fix everything, but they may allow them to replace pumps or make other improvements. So we're very excited to be a part of that. And then I just wanted to give you some sense of, the landscape that we're working in. This is one of the farms that I mentioned earlier where we're bringing 2 different grants together, one that focuses on the plan, on designing the project, and then the other is implementation. This is a farm on the Pajaro River. It's a small, diversified vegetable farm that has suffered flooding multiple times, 3 times in 2023, in fact, once in January and twice in March. The project we're doing is not going to fix that problem entirely, but it will definitely help because we'll be putting vegetation back on some stream banks that have been severely eroded. And we have observational evidence from neighboring farms that have those type of hedgerows planted in recent years that they did not suffer the same kinds of damage in the 2023 storms. So we know that it works. And there will likely be a field day out on this site as well as some others in the area, Fraser Lake Road, in October. I don't have the exact date yet, but I want to extend an invitation to the board to attend. We would love to get you out there and show you some of the work that we're doing. And lastly, this is the flyer for the San Benito Wildfire Resilience Program, the launch community meeting on May 8th. I think you'll get this by email from one of the other project partners if you haven't already, and it will be available on the RCD website soon. One final note is to mention that the RCD has a new website. That's another mini grant we got. I didn't even include it in our totals, but we got basically a scholarship to migrate our old clunky website that was sort of, it was fine, it served its purpose, but we've moved to a more sleek platform that is, it's specifically for California special districts, so it also helps us ensure that our website is ADA compliant and meets all of those other government requirements. And so there's not a lot on it yet because I'm waiting to hire my outreach coordinator so that I can have somebody who's really able to spend time populating the website, but we hope that very soon our website will be a place that county residents can go to get information on many topics related to natural resource conservation and hazard mitigation. I just realized there's one more thing I wanted to say, and I should have had a slide for this and thought of it later, and so this is a little bit awkward, but I wanted to show you this handmade slide. This is the total amount. It's $958,600 in grants that we have secured in the past year and a half. Again, most of those are deliverables based, and so we have to do the work, and then there's a lag time before we see that revenue. And if you look at the past 2 years of contribution from San Benito County, the $45,000 that was granted to us in the past 2 years, it works out as a return on investment of 21 to 1. And so just wanted to share with you how much we appreciate that amount that you're giving to us, and that we're really leveraging it to bring benefits to the county and to our landscapes. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, we're going to first open it up to public comment.
In chambers, if you'd like to provide a comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. Cameron?
Morning, board. Thank you. Very brief comments. So, I get an extra, 20 seconds just to say, that's amazing what Carminder has been able to do in just a few short years. Veronica and I worked hard to find the right person, and we did, because as you saw, that was amazing what she has been able to accomplish with the help of the San Benito County. So, Cameron Wright, I'm one of 5 members of the board of directors of the all-volunteer San Benito County Resource Conservation District. I volunteered 7-8 years ago because I believed in the mission of the RCD. The mission of the RCD is to develop and facilitate community-led conservation programs that conserve, protect, and enhance the natural resources of San Benito County. We, myself, the other board members, and our executive director believe in the benefits that the services the RCD provides to the county to be a valuable resource here in San Benito. While we are one of the smaller RCDs in the state, we are on the move and have secured a very strong, well-respected, and talented executive director that is leading us in a very positive direction. With the help of San Benito County in the past, we have made great strides, as you saw, and with the partnership and support of the county, we look forward to continuing our mission in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Veronica Stork.
Hi, I'm Veronica Stark, and I'm the executive director of a small nonprofit in the mountains, and I'm on the board of the RCD. And I think what was really exciting to me, and you may not get it, but Cameron and I were with the board for quite a while, and we were really pushing to get the county involved, to get all of this involvement between us and the county. And we had the opportunity to hire an executive director, and we hired Carmen. And what she has done in less than 2 years, a year and a half, is just absolutely amazing. Because all that you saw has happened in the last less than 2 years. And this county, we may talk about conservation, but we always forget, what does it mean to us if we live in the city? What does it mean just looking at a pretty flower? But what it's all about is being able to live with and deal with flooding, fire, the quality of air, everything we need to have health and lead good lives that we do is dependent on the quality of the land that surrounds us. And the amount that we're able to provide to people like the historically underserved population of San Benito County. I mean, we are doing more in this last 2 years than we have done in 15, 20 years. And to see the county involved, and really we owe a great deal to the Board of Supervisors and the county for supporting this and seeing the vision of how much San Benito County can work with the RCD to become the kind of county we deserve to be and we should be, with a population that's healthy, that's able to take care of themselves, that isn't being pushed around all the time by flooding and fire, and when they are able to turn to someone for help. So my thanks goes to you, but it also goes to Carmen, because she has done I am overwhelmed with what she does on a daily basis. And the fact that it may be 21 to 1 on their investment, but it's far surpassed that for our investment in Carmen. I mean, Cameron and I always look at each other and say, wow, did we know we can really do this? And we're doing it. And you're doing it. And I look forward to us working together to make this county special.
Thank you for your comments.
Valerie, you've been unmuted, or you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning again. Valerie Eglin, Reach San Benito, and I'm so excited to hear Carmender's presentation. Wow, the amount of work that she has done along with the groups of ag people and farmers, conservationists through the years is such a blessing for San Benito County. It's talk about leveraging the support that the RCD gets from the county is amazing. To be able to have sanction and recognition from the county, any nonprofit can move forward with gusto in working for grants because it's like a sanction. It says we belong, we are recognized, and we are important. And so this weighs heavily on grant funding, and I applaud that. Speaking of the county's return on investment when investing in nonprofits is totally substantiated by what Carmender has presented and what Jennifer Lane has presented. It is very, very important. We impoverish ourselves by not supporting more nonprofits, and especially myself speaking for Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, it is essential for the health and wellness of our community, to have the Board of Supervisors invest in and support the nonprofits that can do the work that falls through the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions, comments? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I see the relevance for the county. You know, despite we have very limited funds, and this is not a nonprofit, and I don't see the relevance there. But I just want to ask a couple questions, just kind of looking into the future, if it's okay with you, Carmen, or whoever may be appropriate. But again, these are areas where we're actively, as a county, working on, you know, when we talk about flood prevention, wildfire resilience, those are very, very important issues. We need to do more as a county with both of those issues. So again, I see the relevance in what the work that's being done now. But you're a district, so can you reiterate again? I think we maybe probably talked last year or 2 years ago. Do you, as far as raising funds, because typically a district, you know, would have a tax or whatnot, and they would receive funds, and that would sort of support operations, as opposed to, you know, we don't have other districts coming to us asking for funding. So can you explain that as far as what, if there's something like that, and if not, why there isn't something like that? Because I'm thinking ahead the long term,
Sure.
beyond today.
Yeah, and actually, one of our directors, Paul Hain, who served on the RCD board for 30 years, he was planning to come today, and he remembers when the RCD was, when its current formation was adopted. We're still kind of working with LAFCO and trying to figure that out. But he was going to speak to, I believe it was Proposition 13, which is what is the reason why this district doesn't get any percentage of property taxes. Some RCDs, not all, there's many in California that are like us, but there are other RCDs in California who get a small percentage, like 0.5% or something, of local property taxes. And depending on the size of those counties, that can amount to substantial operating funds for them. That's the case in Santa Clara County for the 2 RCDs there. They get a portion of property taxes. So they always have in their budget, without having to do anything, they're guaranteed to have enough to cover a salary for a full-time executive director. So they remain staffed all the time. We have to fundraise to pay anybody that works for us. There are other RCDs who, like we have been doing here in San Benito, meet with their Board of Supervisors at least annually and make a request, or I think they probably all have different mechanisms for how that happens. Some, again, depending on the size of the county, might be a pretty substantial contribution. I believe I think San Mateo County might get several $100,000 a year. I don't expect that, because San Benito is not San Mateo, nor is it Napa or some of the other counties that have those really large contributions from their counties. There are efforts at the California State Association of RCD level to try to get some state legislation that would fund RCDs, because we are a very unique and strange type of special district in that we are created under state law. We're created by Division 9 of the Public Resources Code, but we're an unfunded mandate because the state there's no automatic funding for the RCDs. They all have to find the funds locally and through grants. We are fortunate in the sense that we have a lot of flexibility in how we raise funds, so we can apply for state, federal, and private foundation grants, and as you've seen, we've been taking advantage of all of those opportunities. And we can also raise funds through donations. Even though we're not a 501c3 nonprofit, we are tax exempt, and so a person could make a donation to us just like they could to a nonprofit. However, most RCDs, that's like a very, very small percentage of their income, if any at all, because we work more like an agency than we do like a 501c3 nonprofit. So putting on like fundraising events and things, some RCDs do it, and we may do that in the future. But even those who do that type of fundraising, it's more for the community building. It's more for the partner engagement. If you ever have a chance to go to RCD Monterey's annual barbecue in April, it's amazing. They have the entire agricultural community participating, and but it's not a major, they have 14 staff, so it's not, you know, the major way that they raise funds to fund their district. So I
Yeah,
hope
that answers, no,
helps.
and I appreciate it, and I'm not, I just want the context because it's confusing every time. I think for most people, you have a district and then there's, you know, people that are comparing it to nonprofits and all that. I just want to make that clear to the public that there is this sort of, I guess, flaw in the system that kind of left RCD out of having that regular ongoing revenue. Moving forward, though, I do think, you know, as you're going to grow inevitably, and you're talking about going full-time or part-time, more as a permanent employee, eventually probably part-time staff members, you know, I just want to hope that there's a plan to at least keep the county at a stable level of funding, just because I would have some concern about, as you grow, that there would be this expectation that the county, we just don't have the money to you know, to kind of keep doling out to all these different organizations. So I just want to ensure that maybe there's a plan going forward so that you have, you know, you're able to support the growth as opposed to necessarily relying on the county to support the inevitable growth that you're going to see.
Yeah, understand completely. And actually, my vision for how that would go forward is that we would maintain a fiduciary relationship with the county going forward, because I see a lot of benefits to that. We do, as I said, we're working with some of your departments quite closely on programs and projects. And while we just recently opened a private bank account for the first time in the history of this RCD, as far as I know, I'm in conversations with the auditor's office, and I will be speaking to county council about developing an MOU with the county so that we can continue to have an account in the county that would serve more like a savings deposit, and I think that would bring benefits to the county, and it would also ensure that we have a continued relationship, but I don't believe that there's an intention to continue to ask more of the county. We really look forward. We're already excited that we feel like we're giving back to the county from what you've, you know, given to us, and we want to continue in that vein. But again, even that small amount, the $15,000 a year that the county used to give to the RCD, like, I truly believe the RCD wouldn't still exist at all. It was sort of semi-dormant when I stepped in, but I'm not sure it would have existed at all if it had not been for that small contribution from the county every year. So I do really want to acknowledge, as Cameron did, that without the Board of Supervisors, you know, the past board as well as yourselves, I don't know that the RCD would still be here.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah. Just want to say thank you for the presentation. Thank you. And I think particularly the handmade slides speak volumes about the work that you're doing. And so we appreciate you taking the money that the county was giving and trying to multiply that so many times over. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of questions, but comments. First of all, just thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, what the RC does. I've worked with Carmender for years before, when I was at the Farm Bureau and the RCD, and I will tell you, while I always had a relationship with the RCD, what you're doing now is just volumes above what they were doing. And so thank you for being willing to take on this role and doing so much that really is benefiting our community. Everything from fire mitigation, storm cleanup, you know, helping our ag producers be more successful, dealing with the invasive weeds. You're adding so much value to the community, and I really appreciate that. And I think this is a prime example of the wonderful partnership of the county and the RCD and kind of what we can do working together. And I appreciate you guys filling in the gaps where we can't be there. And I also appreciate the hard work that you're not just taking the money from the county and, well, this is all we can do. You're aggressively going out there and getting all of these grants that are helping to further your mission and bringing so many services to the county. So just job well done, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Gonzalez, do you have any comments?
I just want to say thank you. When we met last year and we were talking about your budget, I know that there were some concerns about struggling, but as Supervisor Zanger said, your handmade sign shows that you have been working hard, and you guys have been working on resolving your own issues as to funding and generating funds, and so congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
My only comments are that, one, I totally agree with Supervisor Kozmicki. We need to look at the long-term plan of how our relationship, so I like the idea of starting a conversation of maybe having an MOU or something that is more defined of where we stand, so that you aren't assuming or relying, or anyone in the future is assuming or relying on the county for funding, because I agree with Supervisor Kozmicki. We do not want to become a special district funder. That's not what we're in it for. But what you have done and what you've shown that you can do for the county that we can't do for ourselves is remarkable. And without your support, I don't feel like we would have some of the funding and grants opportunities that we have now. And if we can keep by investing in the future with you and investing in what you can bring and collaborating with our departments, I think it's a win-win. But I do like the idea of having something more defined so that future boards don't have to go through this kind of educational phase that we've gone through, and then look at what maybe some other counties are doing and our RCDs are doing collaboratively with their jurisdictions, just so that we can kind of make sure that you see that we're supporting, but we're not full-time funding. Okay? Okay. You want to end with anything?
No, I really look forward to working with you all on that, and thank you for your support and for listening today, and for appreciating my homemade slides.
Yep. Appreciate the homemade slides, and thank you for all you guys do, because I remember when I was hired in 2011, whatever year I was hired. In 2011, I was going through all the records in the old courthouse at the old Hall of Records, and I kept finding these RCD files, and I'm like going, what is this? Why does nobody can explain to me? I have learned so much in just this short time being on the board that helps me understand what you do. So thank you so much for all you guys do and keeping the RCD in San Benito County alive. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 2.3, and this is going to be a lively one, right, Steve? Because we're going to be talking about roads and maybe some road closures that have happened. If you didn't know, while Steve's coming up, I was late because Union Bridge was closed and nobody knew it was closed. So this is going to be fun.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors and members of the public. Steve Luke, Public Works Administrator. To segue off of the chairperson's comment on Union Road, what occurred a little bit earlier, if you were stuck in traffic on Union, is that one of the contractors for the bridge project, a utility service provider, was given a permit to close one lane at a time in that area, and they proactively closed 2 lanes and detoured a lot of folks. And so as soon as we found out, and this is a pretty good lesson for folks that are listening, I found out from the chair, and so I called a few people, and they immediately went on site and took care of it. But the public kind of assumes that we know about everything that's going on in the county, and so we actually do appreciate when you reach out and let us know about these things, whether you have a ginormous pothole or whatever it is. So within about 10 minutes after receiving the call, the lane was open like it was supposed to be, so we apologize for any inconvenience, but that was not part of the permit to close both lanes. So on that note, on a positive note, we've been working with the PIO and that construction management team, because they're actually under contract they've created a website for the Union Road Bridge, and we are going to be having some minor closures, mostly starting August, September, and we're not going to have any long-term big detours like the 156 project, but we're going to have some small lane closures and there'll be some congestion later this summer. So they've actually, under part of their scope is to create a web page. We've been working with the PIO. The web page is actually supposed to go online within about a week or so, even though the closures won't occur for probably a month or two. So that'll focus on any minor inconveniences that the public will have because there will be some rerouting of folks when the lane's closed and could add, 5-10 minutes onto your commute around downtown. So, on that note, we will be discussing, well, should I pause there or should I just continue?
Just keep going.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So, we'll be discussing currently constructed projects and projects that are being completed, and then projects that are going to start in the next few months, pending contractor availability. And I just mentioned that because we're going to talk about 14 different projects that we hope to start in the next few months, and there are only so many contractors to go around. One thing we'll note is when the board comes back in August, we're going to be going to phase 2 of what we call the job order contract program. Phase 1 is ending now, and we have 3 Class A contractor road contractors that have been on call, and they've been helping us with a lot of different things. One of their contracts are expired, it depends on when you start, but the other 2 will be expiring over the next few months. I think one actually expires in November, but regardless, we're going to reissue that program so that in August, that issue for bid will go out to contractors, so that in September we can actually we're going to ask for 5 contractors to, actually, I revise that. We'll ask for 6 Class A contractors to be added to the Phase 2 program, and that will help at least, what that does is it shortens going out to bid on projects for every project that is out there, because what we do is we create a bid package, and that helps us select contractors so that they're on call. Therefore, we'll talk about a few projects that are going out to bid now and in the future. That's, a 2 to 3 month process just going out to bid to get bids on contracts. Whereas if we already have contractors that have qualified per this state program that's created by the state, it shaves off maybe a month and a half of that process. So that'll be good. So hopefully by the, August, September, we'll have 6 new Class A contractors. So, that being said, let's talk about some projects that are being constructed. First, I'll just mention some that are being finished in Aroma. Some folks in the county, so a lot of us focus on what's going on in Hollister or South County, or San Juan Bautista. Well, there's also Aromas, and a couple of these projects are out in Aromas, Carr Avenue and Anzar Road. They've kind of been completed. They've been getting close to getting their punch list done. They were paused because, believe it or not, the contractor on this job helped us during the storm damages. We actually had 4 contractors help us during the storm damages over the past year, and this contractor was one of them because we had a lot of damages that we were fixing around the county. So, Cienega, I'm not going to go through the limits because they're almost done, but on Cienega, Carr Avenue, Cienega Road, and Anzar Road, they're all pretty much finished. They just finished the final striping. There's a punch list item, and we have some roadside ditches that we need to address, but other than that, the projects are wrapping up, and those were all funded with SB1 funds, and the county gets approximately $2.7-ish million a year from SB1. When those projects are completed that you're looking at now, we'll be down to about $800,000 in that account, and I'll talk about how we're going to spend that in a moment. But then we start over kind of the next year, and we get payments every few months. It's a state gas tax essentially, but so we've spent up to everything except for about $800,000 to $1 million of SB1 funds have been spent on these projects and projects a few years back. So that's a good thing that we're using the money that we've been allocated. Another project that will be finished end of May is down in New Idria, so it's technically about 14 miles of road. We want to get a little further than we did, but New Idria, all the way from the washout to Pinoch Road, will be finished at the end of May. And then in addition to that, we're going to be working on the washout, which is a big washout that occurred on New Idria Road. That's also going to be finished in the end of May, so that folks don't have to do farm detour things that are going on right now, and they'll actually have their road rebuilt. And the washout is actually funded by FEMA, so thank you FEMA and the state. Cal OES both funded the washout repairs. And the New Idea Row is a general fund benefit fee funded project. I won't go through all the funding because for folks that are listening over the next month, the supervisors and staff are going to be going through more detailed budget discussions, and we're going to talk about road funding and where it's going. But so I won't go through all the funding, but those are the projects that are finishing up. Next project that's on the horizon is Fairview Road from McCloskey to pass 100 feet to 200 feet south of Santa Ana Creek. So we're going to be rebuilding that road, and that's going to use up the remainder of SB1 funds. And then at that point, we'll need to be allocated more SB1 funds over the course of the next year. But that should be starting, I'm guessing, in the next month or so, maybe sooner. Shore Road, Fraser Lake to Perry Court, we're putting that out to bid. That does include, per one supervisor's question, there is a turn pocket near 2250, I think is the address, on Shore Road. Kind of halfway between Fraser Lake and Perry Court, there was a project where we received a little bit of funding from the developer. The turn lane is going to be included for that one. And that'll go out to bid actually in June. Sealy Avenue is actually out to bid now. We should be receiving bids over the next week, and that's a road over in Aromas. We're going to rebuild the length of that road up to the limits of the county. Wright Road is also going to go out to bid in June, and that's going to be rebuilding Wright Road all the way from Buena Vista to Highway 25. And that one is a Measure G project, so we'll talk about Measure G in a bit, but at the end of the day, maybe after our budget discussions, we'll have a little bit available for Measure G, but I'll talk about that at the end of the presentation. So that's Wright Road, so that'll be great. Fairview Road, then we have a few segments on Fairview Road that are SB1 funds that will start to build as we receive SB1 funds. And once you're in a new SB1 year, you can utilize SB1 funds as they're coming in and as they're projected to come in, so that it doesn't have to be apples, so you can be a little proactive. So Fairview Road from Los Figueros to Acuesta Pace, we'll be rebuilding that road. I put an asterisk by this one because we have a guardrail that's been damaged at a bridge near Los Figueros on Fairview. And so there's 3 areas that I just reached out to a design consultant that's doing other guardrail design for us. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a separate project for these 3 locations. I'll talk about in a minute. This is one of them, of just doing the guardrails. But we're going to keep that separate than the road itself because A, it won't impact the road construction, and B, it won't hurt the road construction. Because when you put a guardrail up, you just essentially deliver the guardrail to the location and install it. So we'll continue with the road improvements, and then we'll install the guardrails as soon as we can. So, because we know it's a safety issue. So, okay, after we get finished with SB1 funds over the next 3 months on that first segment of Fairview, then we'll take it from where that's left off all the way to Hillcrest, which is basically Santana Ranch, and that segment will be completed. Then we're going to put out to bid Perry Court to San Felipe on Shore Road. We'd like to combine those projects, but right now they're 2 separate funding sources, and it's difficult in the world of the state to combine sources sometimes. So we might be able to combine Shore Road and bid it out at once, because actually this project design is almost complete as well, so it'd be great to do it all at once, but right now it's broken into 2 segments. So once that gets bid out and started hopefully later, like fall, then we'll have that whole segment from Fraser Lake all the way to San Felipe being worked on, and hopefully the first half is being worked on quicker than the second if it's still 2 separate projects. Fairview Road, this is an enterprise funded road, Orchard Road to 500 feet north of Comstock, which is kind of where we stopped from about 3 years ago. We actually did improvements up to that area in Comstock, and so now we're going to take that up to Orchard. So Cole Road was impacted by the storms. Unfortunately, it was just minor slides here and there, and so it wasn't like FEMA level impacts, and so our designer, we've been waiting very anxiously to get the plans from Cole Road. I haven't seen the final plans, so I don't know the cost estimate on that we get from the engineers, but we're anxiously waiting to work on Cole Road. Cienega Road. So the last segment that I'll call, that is really one of the bad segments, is from Mudstone Ranch, where we're finishing up the current SB1 projects, to Bird Creek, which is kind of near where the Hollister Hills State Park is. And so once that portion is complete, and we're still waiting for the plans on this for the same reason as Pole Road, that will pretty much, everything from Union all the way to the wineries will be completed, minus this one segment that I'll mention in a minute. So we are also waiting for the plans. They're being worked on by the geotechnical engineer to do a special wall. And so once we receive those, then we'll put those out to bid. And I'm curious about how much the cost estimate is for that as well. Cienega Road. So this is the last piece. That's right near, adjacent to the wineries. And so if you're, there's 3 or 4 wineries that are kind of bundled together, and there's a piece of about a half-mile road that's kind of falling apart there. And so that'll, for the most part, everything on Cienega from the wineries back towards Union will be addressed. However, it would be great if the state or other folks, as the supervisors are working on, would fund the Cienega Road from the wineries out to Highway 25. But we don't have funding for that yet. So, San Juan Canyon Road, 6 miles. It's there's going to be some pipe improvements, I should say culvert installations, and we're going pretty much all the way, almost to the top of the road. So I put the 6 miles to kind of give folks an idea of where we're stopping. We're not going to the top. There's maybe 2 or 3 homes, and it's kind of a fire access road area. So excited to get that one going. That's a big project. And then the same designers are going to be working on San Juan Canyon are going to be doing San Juan Highway. That's pretty much going to be rebuilding the pavement section that's there. We're thinking about putting a geogrid, like a glass grid under. We're going to take out the top part of the road in asphalt, probably put a geogrid, and then put the road back, and then put in some new striping down towards San Juan Bautista. So that's that project. And then there's actually 4 more segments. It shows 5, but I'll explain that in a minute. That's being funded by the county. Essentially, at least most of it, the roadway is being funded by the county. So San Juan Bautista has a sewer main project that's routing their sewer from San Juan Bautista to the regional wastewater treatment plant. And so as part of that project, the county's teaming with those contractors to install surface improvements on the roads that is adjacent to where the pipe is. And so we're working with the contractors and San Juan Bautista's design team. So basically on Prescott, about half of Prescott needs to be reconstructed. San Justo, about 60% of that needs to be reconstructed. Duncan's actually in decent shape. Bixby, that segment will be reconstructed, and Freitas will be reconstructed. And the areas that aren't reconstructed, they'll still get a surface treatment. So we'll either put a fog seal or a thin slurry seal, so it'll look like a brand new segment. There's actually maybe 25% of this area is actually in okay condition today for different reasons, mainly because they have a big, beefy structural section underneath them. But, 2/3, 3/4 of the area will be rebuilt. And so we're having those conversations with San Juan Bautista, and I believe that's scheduled for August/September as well. So that's what's coming up in the next few months for construction to be started out around the county, and I will pause for questions.
Before we go to questions, let's bring it to the public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Questions, comments? Supervisor Zanger.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Thank you for the update on everything. I know this is sort of the big thing. This just seems like what everyone cares about, and I understand why. So thank you for that. I had a couple questions. If you could just explain, just for everyone, maybe some of the difficulty with that guardrail on the bridge, what the holdup is, why. I know we talked about it, but just for everyone, if you could explain that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the old guardrails were essentially attached to the side of the concrete with an older guardrail design standard. And so whenever we do new guardrails, it takes a lot more modifications. You have to meet this state requirement called MASH, which I won't get into, but I'll just say this. It was a lot easier to install and reinstall old guardrails than new ones, and so we're going to be working on those as a separate emergency project to prioritize them, and that helps us not skip environmental analysis, but it helps us streamline the environmental analysis. But we have to do a tiny bit of environmental analysis since we're working like creek embankments and things. So there's just, whenever you're near a creek on a bridge, it's not super streamlined, I guess is the best answer. But we're going to be working on it because, I'm glad you reminded me. So besides that location, we're also going to be working on guardrails at Santa Ana Creek where it makes that dip, because that guardrail is just old and it's gonna, if somebody were to impact it, it would hopefully work properly, but it's an old guardrail. And then the last one is there's a small creek between Santa Ana Creek and kind of Lone Tree where we raise the road, and so the guardrails are they're not at the proper height, so we're going to replace those three.
Great, thank you. And then additionally, I know this is kind of covering specifically road stuff, but just to check on the signal light at Fallon and Fairview, are we on track for that this year, or what's it looking like?
Well, yeah, we're starting the design, or we're on the design. We've kind of changed the design a little bit we were going to go into a private property area and have to acquire property and things, but now the design is going to be focused on using the existing alignments and making sure there's just good sight distance and things. And so that actually might accelerate the project. We don't have to acquire right away, so we changed course a little bit, but so that's the current plan. Okay,
great. And then you mentioned the other day we talked about Lover's Lane and Lone Tree. Is there any, can you elaborate on that at all? I know we talked about maybe having some funds to do some of the storm repair work on those two roads.
Right, so after we look at where Measure G is going to be July 1st, during the end of our fiscal year, there might be about $800,000 remaining in Measure G that's not allocated to a project. And some of these projects for Measure G are kind of future projects too. Over the next year, we have 2 bridges and some roads and things, and the roads on the bridges. So long story short, there might be $800,000 available, and I would suggest 2 locations based on just where we have a lot of issues today. Whenever there's an accident on 152, CHP either has to relocate traffic onto San Felipe Road, which is in good condition, or they relocate folks onto Lover's Lane, which is not in good condition. And so you have a lot of really large trucks being relocated on Lover's Lane and the pavement just can't take it. We have our pothole crews out there quite a bit recently, and a large truck or two it really impacts the road. So one thing we're learning from the South County project at New Idria is that if you do this process called full depth reclamation, where you grind up what's there, you add a little bit of cement, you make a really good base, and we could do 5 or 6 inch base, which sounds thin, but it's cement, and then put either a double chip seal or a little bit of asphalt on top and improve Lover's Lane quite a bit. Similar issue with Lone Tree, a little bit different. Whenever it snows, so Lone Tree, for folks that aren't familiar, it's off of Fairview Road, and folks will drive up Lone Tree when it snows, and we try to close the road. We put barriers, we put all kinds of things, and people still travel up Lone Tree to see the snow. And it's a little road. It's basically just for servicing just a handful of homes, but folks use it, and it needs some help, because even if we were to abandon it or anything, as a county, for safety, we need to rebuild that pavement, because folks are going to use it when it snows. It's just a fact of life, no matter what we do. And so, and we can't close it permanently because there's folks that live up there, right? So I would suggest, if we have $800,000 to $1 million left over the next month when we have our budget discussions, my suggestion would be Lover's Lane and Lone Tree Road, but we'll have to have that discussion as a group, but that's just
Right.
my 2 cents at this point. So.
Okay, and I'll just say, if anyone, don't go up and look at it because we're trying to reduce traffic. But I'll just say, Lone Tree, it looks like we're almost gonna lose the road at a certain point. It's after the storms the last couple of years, it's very dire condition. And so, regarding the Lover's Lane, the traffic being rerouted there, I get that complaint a lot. I'm sure Supervisor Gonzalez does too, about when they reroute traffic, it's just packed on Lover's Lane for some reason. Is there anything we can do with CHP? Can we reach out to them so that they can stop doing that? I don't know who we would reach. Do we have contact?
So we've done similar things in Aromas. The answer is yes. The difficulty is, depending on where the traffic accident occurs, sometimes they're almost forced to route folks on Lover's Lane because they can't get folks to San Felipe if they're coming from a certain direction from Gilroy. So yes, we'll continue to work with CHP, and they do make efforts, but it's just sometimes they don't have much of an option, and it occurs. They
Got
can't
it.
get folks to San Felipe.
All right, well, thank you, Steve. And then just the last little comment I just want to make, for the PIO, if I know some of these roads, Shore and Fairview, that are just commuter roads, just make sure that we get the word out as best as we can when the work's going to be done, because if not, we're going to have a whole nother problem of folks not being happy that the roads are closed when they're trying to get to work or whatnot. So just we need to make sure that we make a big effort to make sure that the information is out there as best we can.
Yeah, and our PIO, I don't know if she's definitely on the same track. She consistently reminds me to do just what you said, directed us to do. So thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo? On that note, I really appreciate all the work that, Steve, you're doing with our PIO. I love In the Loop with Steve Loop. I think very creative, but I think it's a step in the right direction. I mean, I think we're really putting information out there about kind of what's going on and what the updates are and what's upcoming, and so I think that's really important. I'm wondering, you mentioned the webpage going online in about a week regarding the Union Bridge construction / closure. Is there an option for us having this webpage online that would include kind of all of these updates, so that if you ever had a question, that it's not specific to just the Union project, that like some of this information is on there, that it's almost like it becomes a place where, and maybe this needs to be specific to this, but I'm almost wondering, is there a place where like we start to train people that like if you ever have a question about, hey, what's the future of, what's happening on this road? When's it coming? What's going on? Why is there construction here? That there almost is like a county roads, at least over the next few years while we're working really hard to kind of address the road situation. I don't know, just a thought that perhaps that would be helpful as we're looking at it for one project specific. Could it be utilized for kind of all of the projects we're doing countywide? So I drove on the from the washout to kind of Pinoche Road last week, and from my first trip in late winter this year, or whenever it was, maybe it was, I don't even remember when it was, so it's all a blur, but I will tell you, huge improvement, like amazing. But I'm curious, so if it'll be done at the end, approximately the end of May, are they going to oil that or seal that? Or I'm not sure that I'm speaking in the proper lingo, road lingo, but or will it just stay as a kind of a compacted road?
No, so the windy area from Pinoche Road for 7 miles till it becomes a straightaway. Well, till it becomes a straightaway.
Okay.
That's all going to get a chip seal and striping, and will seem like more of a normal road, and that's kind of for safety, because like you noticed.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the part from the straightaway, that's going to stay as kind of the oil compacted roadway that you drove, just because we'd like to chip seal that too, but that's another $300,000.
But it will be oiled.
Yeah, and what you drove on is the surface that is going to be, believe it or not, it's been oiled. It hasn't been chip sealed, because what we did is we compacted it, we added oil and sand, because that was the most very basic thing we could do, but For the straightaway, we're just gonna have to have our road crews, you know, add cold mix, hot mix in the parts that are, you know, need help for the straightaway.
So how long, if we're not chip sealing it and we're kind of just gonna oil it, how long will it last? Like, what is the anticipated life of, because as I got closer to the washout, you can already start to kind of see that it's already kind of starting to get damaged, right? So just curious, I mean, is this kind of a couple year solution, or is this like, what's the life of this repaired road?
The life of that rural road with maintenance, it's basically going to be in its current state, minus large storm impacts and large equipment that's out there. 3 to 5 years, I would say, and then we'll know a lot. So the EPA is going to be cleaning up the New Idrium mine over the next year, and they're going to be using that road quite a bit, and so we'll see how it handles that traffic. But again, even during budget discussions, I think it's approximately $300,000 if we wanted to have our crews put in, like you said, there's a few ruts already beginning. If we wanted to fill those in and then put a chip seal, the number I was verbally provided was about $300,000 to put a chip seal on that whole stretch of the straightaway. So something to consider.
The 300,000 would give us how many more years, do you think?
So chip seal with that, 5 to 10 years, because there's very, very little traffic on it. So it would help quite a bit.
Okay. I just worry that, I mean, it was just done, and I already see the wear and tear on it. And so, anyways. Santa Ana Creek area on Fairview, are we raising the elevation in that area at all, or are we just repaving?
On Fairview?
Yeah.
So we are raising the elevation 3 inches.
So essentially we're leaving it the same, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm just curious, what is the plan for Union Road and Fraser Lake to the county line? I guess for me, I don't have a lot of county roads in my district, and so I'm really concerned about kind of our arterial roads, and I'm really happy to hear that Fairview is going to be almost completely done, hopefully by the end of this year or next year, but at least there's a plan for it. I just worry that you know, Union is heavily used. We've got San Juan Oaks that's going in there with an additional 1,000 homes. If we're not proactive in that area, that'll be a disaster sooner than later. And Fraser Lake is already a disaster. So, and it's funny, you're on San Benito County side, horrible. Oh, you cross over into Santa Clara and it's smooth as can be. So you know you've crossed the county line when you get to smooth roads. So just curious if we have those at all in the works, or and maybe I just missed it somewhere in a previous presentation, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, so Union Road, we just gave the contracted designers to begin the design. It's scheduled, the budget is $4.3 million minus design, so call it 3.7 million-ish. It's scheduled for next summer to begin, so we'll have a year to do the design, and then hopefully can begin construction a year from now. And Fraser Lake, we have 1.6 million for Fraser Lake also next year.
Okay.
So that's been thought about. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that they're upcoming, happening. All right. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you're doing on the roads.
You bet.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Union. That's one of the roads that I think was a priority when we got this approved. I know former Supervisor Tiffany and I tend to mention him a lot because we work together a lot on things. Really ensured that Union was part of this list. I also would like to see Union prioritized sooner. You know, I know we can't do them all at once, and that's, I think, the theme here is maybe doing some this year, next year. But when we get into next year's roads, I just want to make sure, for me personally, that Union Road is because everybody in the county uses it. It's not like a district. You know, you don't have this like, this is my district sort of feel to it. It's everybody is impacted. So I would just hope that that stays on schedule no matter what else happens here with other roads and funding. I just want to make sure Union Road is a priority next year, and that we do get that at the very latest next summer. So just a couple quick questions. San Juan Highway, do we have any idea how much of the road? I know that was kind of up in the air when we got the money allocated, but just how far we're gonna get, or are we still waiting for the bid back? So how much of the road are we gonna get done?
So, it's budget-wise, we have about 1.1 million from what I can tell, looking at all the different numbers and what was transferred, I'll say, to that area. So that should get us close to Taylor Farms because it's roughly a mile, and we're just going to be rebuilding that part of the road. And actually, as we get closer to Taylor Farms, it's mainly the shoulders. The main reconstruction is near the high school, just needs a lot of help. So, so that's the answer.
Okay.
About 1.1 million.
Just another plug. We talked about the summers. Obviously, if we can get that during the summer while the kids are out, because of the dangers and all the increased traffic that we're going to have once we get to the middle of August. So, just put that out there again to really see if we can get that going sooner than later. And then the Bixby, I assume the Bixby section is just to Freitas, right? Southbound to Freitas, and then it cuts over. Obviously, it doesn't cover the Mars, the portion of Bixby that resembles Mars.
You're correct, and so we've talked about that with our road crews. We have a special machine, they call it a gap machine, and so just for folks as information, in August, Highway 156, not all of 156, but some of the traffic that's local traffic is actually going to be routed on Freitas and Bixby, and so as a supervisor correctly compared the road to the surface of a planet, it's needs a lot of help. So long story short, we're taking our gap machine, and what it does is it pours liquid asphalt and it distributes it sort of like a mini paving machine. We're going to take that to Bixby and a little bit on Freitas, but Bixby first because it needs it. So we're going to do that right away, and then like you mentioned, the part that's going to be repaved for the Forest Main project is from Duncan up to San Justo.
Oh,
that's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
I just want to say thank you for your improved communication, and you in conjunction with that PIO, because that's something that the community needs. They're driving on the road as commuters, and they just see the conditions and they're complaining, not really realizing what we're doing in the process of trying to address these. And so as to your two-page list, I'm glad to see some of the roads such as Fairview almost finished, Wright Road, Fraser Lake. I love the idea that you're going to focus on Lover's Lane too. And I would think if we're looking at weighing the difference, in terms of what should get the attention, Lone Tree with the snow or Lover's Lane, I would say let's focus on Lover's Lane because that's been terribly neglected. And we know when traffic gets diverted from the 152, Lover's Lane is the road that gets all the traffic. And you and I were out there meeting with the Hawk family, and so you know that the neighbors want that done too. But I just want to say thank you. The regular updates that you give us, there's information that we can share with the community to show them that we are working on. We hear them, we're concerned for them, and we are working on it. It may not be as fast and as quick as they like, but there is progress being made. So thank you very much. And I love your, in the loop with Steve Loop. Keep doing that because again, get that information out to the community because communication is key. It really is. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody kind of took a little bit of that's okay. It's okay. Union Road, I will say, New Idria, the compliment calls are a new thing. They're so happy. There's actual, they see a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's just been a really long light. They can't wait for that bridge to be done. When it comes to Union Road, I'm really concerned about it making it another winter. I mean, the amount of traffic that's on that road and the state that it's in, anything that we can do to make sure that at least by next summer it's done. But I have real concerns about it making it through another winter. The Union Bridge, I'm assuming we're going to be doing some sort of damage control with the public because I guarantee my phone's already... I know I'm the one that called, but it was only because I turned and it wasn't open. So, but I know my phone's already been ringing, and I'm trying to just tell them that this was an oops. So definitely the permit was for one lane only,
and they had it reopened within about a half hour of the time. Okay. I just know the commute with Lad Lane got really, the Lad Lane school, because they were diverting people to Lad Lane, that got really messy. Anyhow, also, the JOC program. Going back out to bid, you're going to do 6 Class A. I am assuming and hopeful that some of those are local Class A contractors.
We hope so too. So the way the JOC program works is you essentially put in your bid of sort of your profit margins, and so that's just the way the program's set up. Basically, you pay for time and materials, and then there's a profit margin, and the way it's selected. And I think with 6, we'll have a good chance of having, local folks included. So there was a local contractor that's been added to the list, and it's a good reminder. I still have to send the list to all the supervisors just to show you who's on the list. But yeah, we would. I mean, in fairness, there's 2 of the 3 folks that are on the current JOC project is I would consider local. But yeah, we would. That's with 6. We're hoping to cast a bigger net, and it would be great. I don't know if there's a way to have local preference on the JOC program.
Not really where I'm going with it, but what I'm looking at is just them being informed and understanding that they have the ability to get on the JOC program. Many of the contractors didn't even know what the program was, and so if we can just make sure that we do a little more outreach to our local Class A
and one thing,
contractors.
Absolutely, and so I need to send the 5 of you that list, and so you can see that way. Believe it or not, the last go around, 2 things we did was everyone on that list was contacted directly by our third-party management of that program. They're called Gordian. They actually reached out to every contractor on that list that we gave them. And what we did was you had to have an office within, I think it was, I can't remember if it was 50 miles or 100 miles of our county, or else you could not bid even to be part of the program. So those are the 2 things we did last time. But we'll definitely reach out again. And, as you folks hear from other contractors, just add to that list, and we'll reach out.
Okay, and then I'm not going to talk about Cienega because it was a consent item was pulled, so I'll talk about Cienega on that one. So that's all I have, except for thank you. I know it's kind of a thankless job, and roads are number 1, topic of discussion. So thank you for all you do. Really appreciate it.
You bet.
Madam Chair, may
Yes.
I add, with the JOC program, can we get that email of how the local contractors can get on there? I know that I've been contacted by a few, and there's confusion. They don't quite understand the process, and they want to get on that list. They want to be able to ensure they have an opportunity to provide services for the county, and so.
You bet. So to answer your question, basically we get the contact info from the contractors, and then part of the scope for the third-party management team that we have, one of their job is literally to reach out to all those contractors. I don't know, I think it's by email, not by phone, but they reach out to each one, and so yeah, so we'll make sure that the folks are on that list, and then they should be contacted. And the way it works is there's a month of outreach, probably during the month of July actually, and then in August the bid will be released, and so folks will bid on it, and hopefully local folks will bid.
And you mentioned something about the profit margin. Can you kind of explain that a little, because I didn't quite understand that.
It's in a nutshell, the way the JOC program works is contractors, they have whatever the time and material is, the program pays for that, for staffing and for materials for the job, and then the JOC program itself is you kind of submit, there's 3 different categories, and it comes up with a number that essentially tells us, okay, this is the profit margin your company is going to get above just the time and materials for the project. So the bid by the contractors is really, this is the profit margin, and I'm being very general about it, but it's complicated, but this is the profit margin we're willing to take. So the way the project works is, because contracting is about lowest qualified bidders,
Right.
so we took the 3, quote, lowest profit margins, and those are the folks that were selected for the program. So they just, basically contractors say, okay, I'm willing to, have a 11% profit margin on my projects, and it's locked in. That's the project, so that when you get a project, you get time materials plus 11% because that's what you're committed, that's what you bid for the whole year. Does that kind of make sense a little bit? A little bit, yeah. So another good thing, we have a pre-bid conference, and folks, the third-party folks, they explain it a lot better than I do. So that's a good thing. But so before we even put out the bid, there's actually a conference. Everyone on that list is invited to that pre-bid conference, and they.
And when is that meeting happening? The pre-bid conference meeting?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
When is that meeting happening? The pre-bid conference meeting?
It'll probably be in late July, I'm guessing. Yeah. So
July.
we can put out the bid in August. And we had 20 plus contractors last time attend that pre-bid conference where they explain the way the program works. And that was a combination of Class A and Class B, just FYI. But yeah, so they'll be invited to that conference to actually just walk them through how the bid works. And it's.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. So thank you, Steve. Really appreciate you.
Thank
okay,
you.
We're going to move on to item number 2.4, which I believe is being presented by County Council. Microphone, please.
Item 4 is growing out of a request made by the board during the bidding appeal that occurred a few weeks ago. It was determined during that the board wanted to kind of get an overview by a third party of the county's procurement and contracting and bidding processes to make sure that they're all in line with the law and supportable. So I researched a lot of firms and decided that Myers-Navi was one of the best. They have an excellent reputation in California, public agency attorney. And the attorneys that will be assigned to this contract are very astute in bidding processes, contracting, and procurement, and therefore it's their estimation that it won't take them long to get this report to the board, and therefore I put a $35,000 cap on this. They think they can probably do it for $25,000.
And there's a correction on the agenda item.
Oh, yes. The reason you can move forward without an RFP is under Government Code Section 31,000. You're contracting for special services. You don't need to do an RFP for that. And on the agenda, it says 3,100. It's actually 31,000.
Thank you for that correction. And let's open it up to public comment before we bring it back to the board.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you. Do we need this?
The board asked for it.
Okay. I mean, what's the level of confidence we have in our bidding procedures? Maybe it's not a legal question. Maybe it's and I don't mean to put you in the rock and a hard place with
No, I
board
think
members.
the
but
CAO can probably answer that, and Steve may be able to answer that as well. I think that from a legal standpoint, it's good to have a third party look at what you're doing, just to make sure that you're not missing something when you're in the weeds every day. That's my only. I don't have a stake in this. I just follow the board's direction.
I would also state that I think it'd probably be a benefit for us to have a third party look at our process or procedures. But I think more in particular, the weighted values. There were some concerns internally addressing local vendors, local folks. Well, how do you weigh that out in the final weighing when you actually go through that? As you know, how do we credit that and base those numbers on the calculations? So there's been quite a few discussions that we've had internally. It might be good to have somebody that is an expert in this particular field to kind of help us, guide us what the will of the board was before. But I don't know, Steve, if you have anything further you want to add to that. I don't know if that entirely answers your question, but I think it would help to have a third party based on what occurred.
My input is, and I think this kind of, one of the reasons it came about was per a recent contract that was awarded. And if anything, we can have clarification on what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do for local preferences, or adding cost to contracts when it's for a consultant contract versus, ranking a consultant versus
Purchasing of a product.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Outside input's always good, so if we can do things better, I guess it's worthwhile. Is my 2 cents. But
A follow-up
just leave it
question.
at that. So.
Could the county counsel's office do this? Why do we need to go outside? I know it was requested to go outside and get an outside look. I
Yeah,
tend to
it-
trust our staff.
It was requested at a third party, and I think what is behind that request is that we have attorney-client relationships with all the department heads, and there may be a perception by the public or the board or the department heads that we're skewing a report to be nice to our clients and not seeing things that somebody outside would see.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying we would do that. I'm saying that.
Yeah, I understand. For me personally, I'm okay with county council doing it. I think it's, I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer money when I don't have a problem with our staff, and I have confidence that they can give up. You can take some time to do some research and look at our bidding procedures and let me know if they're on par and move on. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah, the way I see it, it just gives us a third-party perspective to make sure that we're supposed to be doing appropriately, that there isn't any bias or any unnecessary subjectivity involved in the award process. And on that note, that's why I pulled a few of the items from the consent item, is because of that. There's the suspicions out there that there is a weighted value by preference of those individuals who are making the decisions. So I understand about being protective of taxpayer funds, but I'm all about fairness and making sure that we are doing the right thing. And so that's just my 2 cents. I think we need it.
Supervisor Sotelo?
No, I'm supportive of moving forward.
Okay.
So, good.
Anything, Supervisor Zanger? Nope. Okay, I'm supportive of moving forward with this. I really think that this needs to be something that is incorporated with our purchasing policy and the whole procurement, which in my opinion is needing a little bit of a nudge, and I'm hoping that this will help nudge it along. So I'm supportive of this, and I do trust your selection because I'm not an expert in this area at all. So is there a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
So it's a 4-1. Okay, so in light of time, we're going to try and continue a bit longer with the consent items that were pulled.
That'd be great.
So, so that we can just move right along. Why don't we start off with Supervisor Kozmicki with 1.4?
If I can, Madam Chair, there are 2 attorneys waiting, so what time would we?
I don't like keeping attorneys waiting. Did we say noon?
Okay.
I would say, because we have to be back by 1:30, I would say the longest we'd be is about a half hour.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I was saying. 12:30.
12:30.
Buys us an hour in closed session, and then
Yep.
we can.
And whatever we don't get done, we come
can
back.
finish after the public hearing. Yeah. And
Everybody
that should
good?
be about 3 o'clock. So.
Okay, sounds good. So we're gonna do 1.4 with Supervisor Kozmicki.
Can you? Oh yeah, we already did. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know this is a hot topic in the community. I did sit down, I think it's going on 2 years ago now. Appreciate you being here with the superintendent and consultant. So I know we're basically asking for to have a support letter for the district's efforts to ask for $42.5 million. But the entire project as a whole is much bigger than that, and the rest of that money is going to have to come from somewhere, presumably local taxpayers. So A few things I wanted to say. What's been lost in this debate as a whole, I'm not a school district representative, but I do pay attention as much as I can. I know there's been some cursory discussion, but not enough really for me, is that we do actually have a second high school in this county. It's called Anzar High School. And considering the overall economics of San Benito County, the fact that we have all these liabilities on property tax bills for our taxpayers, and a lot of other facility concerns, that we do need more space for students. I'm not going to deny that. The high school is too big. It's been too big for a long time. I was one a decade ago that was critical of the bond measures that were approved and the follow-up to those bond measures because of what a large chunk of the money went toward, which I didn't think was essential, which was sports facilities. And I am a sports fan. I was a coach. I believe in sports, but when you have to spend money on the essential things that are needed, which is space for academics, I would have passed on upgrading those sports facilities, and I don't think we'd be in the position we're in now if that decision had been made back then. So what I'm getting at is I don't think there's been, I'll try to be quick here. I just want to make my position clear because I'm not against trying to get state money to help our academic situation here. I'm going to make the case why I'm against the direction the high school district is going as a whole. I do believe there should be a more thorough, serious discussion about school district unification in this community. We have far too many school districts. It's at a really absurd level. I believe we have 11 school districts in this very small county. Most of them are rural, a lot of them are rural, but there could be a lot more efficiencies with taxpayer dollars through consolidation, and I haven't heard really nearly enough discussion about that. I actually think, I don't know if Aroma San Juan would be open to it, but, Anzar is actually far under capacity, so this is kind of where I'm going with this. I don't understand why there isn't that discussion to maybe see if there's interest in better utilizing Anzar. I coached football there, and I saw it firsthand that facility could use, there's a lot of capacity space at Anzar, and I actually think you could theoretically, if there was interest in unifying school districts, you could actually expand Anzar and do it in a more efficient manner than what's being discussed for the community here. Second, if there's a need for another high school, I can only support what this community can afford, and I haven't heard nearly enough. And I told the folks at the school district this. I said I can't support the project if these things aren't discussed seriously and aren't part of the equation. The other big part of this equation is that I don't believe we can afford a traditional high school. What I've been calling, we can't afford to replicate the Christopher High School model that happened in Gilroy for a number of reasons. For one, we don't have Don Christopher's money. Second of all, we don't have the tax base that Gilroy had and that community had. So I'm very, very concerned at where we're going with this whole thing. And I believe what should be the focus of the San Benito High School District, if unification is not a possibility, is focusing on an academic focused school or specialty school that focuses on subject matter such as science and technology, or a school that models the GECA campus in Gilroy that does not include sports or other extracurriculars beyond those at Gavilan. And we do now have a Gavilan campus, so that would make a lot of sense to me, and I haven't heard nearly enough discussion about that. This is again the same district that went out for over $100 million in bond funds to renovate the current campus. To largely, there were some academic improvements, but far too many sports facilities. Fool me once, you know the saying. So with regard to location, if the high school district was moving in the right direction, what I, as a taxpayer and as a leader in this community, see as the right direction away from a traditional TED campus, it wouldn't need to carve out 50 acres of farmland in the Buena Vista Wright Road corridor. And I don't believe it's necessary to build in an area surrounded by farm fields, which is inevitably going to lead to more residential growth in that area. It's going to inevitably lead to loss of very valuable farmland in this community if we eventually house another Christopher High School there. And so the bottom line is I don't believe we necessarily need $250 million to build another Christopher High School, and I don't support the direction. We need an alternative education option. There should be more serious discussion about unification to better use taxpayers' money, and the district doesn't see it that way, and I respect that. This is also the same district that is suing to try and block a charter school from starting in this community, which baffles me. So that again, I just don't see the priorities there that I would need in order to support the direction the high school district's moving. So that said, I would support this if I supported the high school district's direction for space, but I don't support the direction the high school's in, so I can't support the letter. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo.
So I feel like all of that was said. This is just a letter supporting the 42.5 million from the state. There is no doubt people can debate whether over the location, all sorts of different things, but there is no denying that high school is at capacity, and there is no doubt a need for a second high school and a second high school in Hollister. So I feel like we can debate all sorts of different things within it and what we support and what we don't, but what's in front of us right now is supporting the state giving $42.5 million to help subsidize what the need will be from to build a second high school. I've met with the administration at the high school. They're not looking to do a full-on, they're looking to do an academic site, so to speak. All the sport fields and all of that would be supported at the current high school. And so I feel like we have to be very careful sitting here and making statements that can be misconstrued and starting misinformation ourselves. And so I just wanted to kind of clear that up, that this is for $42.5 million, a letter of support to the state, that we support the state giving money to the high school district to build a second high school. We're not debating location. We're not debating any of that right now. It's just for the funding. So thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Gonzalez.
to add to that, that was one of the questions I had when we put this item on the agenda. So all the comments from Supervisor Kozmicki, those are not on the table, and I asked that we not have that conversation on the table because I wasn't interested in trying to take a position whether I'm for improvement for the high school or against it, because that's not something that's in my purview. Building a second high school or doing consolidation of districts, that's within the Department of Education and the County Office of Ed. It does not sit on this dais at all. It's not a conversation that we have. And I too met with Mr. Smalls and Dr. Tannenbaum, and so I hear the concerns. I also have a particular personal interest in that my two grandchildren, a senior and a junior, are attending the high school, and I have seen the safety issue deteriorate for the students that are there. And then if we just look at the traffic nightmare trying to pick up a child from the school or drop them off, you really have to navigate your way in there to getting to and from the facility. And it's a good idea to do busing, but and to bus school some of the students who may want to go to the San Juan school, because I agree with you. I taught at San Juan school or the Anzor High for a while, and I know that it is underutilized. I agree with you there, and I love that Gecko program at Gavilan College. However, it's not what we're talking about today. Today we're looking at if we're going to support the letter to ask for funding for the second high school. And we're not talking about location. We're not talking about the criteria and sports. If you sit down and talk with the administration of the high school, they will tell you some of your concerns that you have. They might be addressed, because I was looking at it. People had told me from when I was running for re-election, they were saying that the property owners do not want to spend any more money on a high school for some of the concerns that you had relayed. And I shared that with both Dr. Tanema and Mr. Smalls, and I told them, I says, people are saying that the high school district mismanaged their money, and they can't get behind that. So I says, with this item coming to the agenda, I wanted to make sure that they had heard some of the concerns, and I shared them with them at that meeting. But this is only, as Supervisor Sotelo said, it's a letter of support so that they can go after funds. And if there is a bond measure eventually, it's a figure that's smaller than would have normally started off had they not got these funds from the state. So we're just trying to help them plan their financing. It's not, and we're not even helping them, we're just giving a letter of support. It's all that it is. And I just wanted to make sure we're on the record for that. We're not debating any of the particulars pro or con about a second high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I just have some questions. I don't know if it's for the district or the chair maybe, but this letter, the $42.5 million, is this asked with the intention of anything specific, or is it just, does this go to, I guess, any alternative, or is this for a specific, like a replica of a traditional high school? Do we have that information?
Well, being that we're not the jurisdiction, this is us as the county supporting that there is a need for a second high school. It's not defining what that would look like or what that end. It could be anything that the public and the jurisdiction deems. I know they've had many public meetings and hearings and inputs and town halls and workshops, and I attended several of them and got to a point that I was like, okay, I've seen enough, heard enough, and met with them. My biggest concern, and the reason I brought this forward, is specifically because I do not see our residents approving a bond measure. I don't see it. And in order to soften the blows for a second high school, which I feel we do need, regardless of where it's at or how it's done, whether it's a consolidation or whatever it may be, there is a need. And we need to get it paid for by other than the backs of our residents, in my opinion.
Right. So I guess, but the 42.5 million, where does the number? How did they come up with the number if there's no clarity, I guess, on what direction we
This
wanna
number
go?
specifically came from a letter of support that the high school district requested that I personally sign as a supervisor, and I felt that this was a big enough item to bring it before the board and make it very clear that we are not saying that we support the location, we do not support. I wanted to make it clear, I didn't want to just sign their letter, and then we did have council rewrite the letter with staff so that it was very clear that this was to just ask for funding for their endeavors of a second high school.
Right, and I appreciate that, and of course I want to ask the state for money if we're going to do anything. Can we ask the
You
represent-
can feel free, come on up,
can
Mr. Smalls.
maybe you can explain where the number came from? If is there an intention here, like where we got the number?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Jeff Small, here representing the San Benito High School District. Under Prop 39, that is the general obligation bond law that we're pursuing. If the high school district is going to consider a bond, it would be a Prop 39 bond. Prop 39 requires legal constraints on the amount of the tax rate, and it limits that to $30. We're looking at a $220 million high school. Approximately $140 million would come from a local contribution that would entitle us to get state funding. In order to meet those tax rate requirements, we have two bonds. One is $98.5 million, the other two is $42.5 million. What we are doing here in our letter is simply asking the state that, it's very challenging for us to have two bond measures passed. We would like you to actually fund one bond measure for the community, and that would leave one bond measure left. And we think that is far more palatable for the community. And it also, in trying to be the best fiscal stewards we can, we really want to lessen the burden on that community for that second school. And therefore, our request for the $42.5 million is critical, because that's money that we can get from the state rather than burdening existing taxpayers.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So this is then with the intention of a $220 million school. That's where this number, the piece of it, comes from. That. So that would mean this. I mean, this is. We're assuming this is a traditional second high school, then, right? No.
It will be a small high school. This is for phase one. Essentially, a safe, functional academic school to serve up to 1,200 students. And if I may, the local contribution would be $98.5 million towards that $220 million number, if the state can come through with the $42.5 million. The other funds come from more traditional state funding of new construction. That's $46.5 million, and impact fees will pay the rest. So really, for $98.5 million, the community can get a $220 million school.
Right. Okay. Okay, got it. And so you said phase one was just academics, but is the 220 for phase one, or is that down? That's for like a
Yeah.
grand scheme project, right?
Oh,
No, that's phase
220
one.
million is phase one. High schools are expensive, and there's you can look around the state and you can see where they actually run several $100 million, but we have just a very functional, basic, school. We can have classrooms, be parking entry, and other amenities, but not, the pool, athletic facilities, those will be shared with Hollister High School.
Got it. Thank you. Madam Chair, so just so I understand correctly then, because of course I want to support asking the state for money for anything we do for high school, because obviously something needs to be done, right? I just don't want to I don't want to lock this board into saying, oh, we're supporting their specific, I guess, intention right now, but I don't know how we would not be doing that if the 42 million comes from the figure of the proposed school, right? I mean, am I missing something there? I don't know if there's
We don't have the authority to approve anything at this school level. It's just, they've
Right.
got their own school board. So all we're doing, in my opinion, and why I did this at the board level, is that bringing it to show community support at the state level, that we can unite behind something that is needed. Now, it may not be the way we want it to be. I don't like the idea of taking prime ag land. I don't like the idea, though, of not having it a walkable, accessible school where the majority of the students reside. So there's a lot of factors in all of this. And in discussing with the school district about all the things that they have looked at and looking at other options, they own the property on Best Road. Well, do we want to continue to move development? Because you do know development will surround a school. It just happens out of time, and it's happened out of the school that we have now. I'm not looking for new development, but we definitely don't want we want to serve the residents that we have today that need access to education, and that's why I asked for the board's approval. If the board is not willing to approve this letter, which was completely rewritten, so it was very specific, it's only for funding of a new high school. It's not anything to do with location, anything to do with any additional funding, and the fact that they're going to come to us and ask for funding from the county, and we don't have the funding. So instead of saying, no, I can't give you anything, I can give you a letter that says I will support the state funding of the future school needs. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, I'm going to support asking the state for money, but I guess I just want to be clear, just for the record, that I like I said, just like the board, I don't want the board to be taking any kind of position, and I just want to make it clear, it just seems like we are, because the 42 comes from the 220, which means there is a proposition. So I don't really know how to square that, but I don't want to not ask the state for money, so I don't know.
I couldn't find another way of doing this,
Yeah.
where I know that thank you, Mr. Small. I know we can't help fund this, and personally, I don't think we should be getting in the middle of it. It is a school district issue, and it's a state-funded item, but they're going to be asking our residents for money, and that's where it bothers me. I have problems with that. So how do we lessen that blow? And that's by going proactively to the state and asking them to fund it directly.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure,
Just to
Supervisor
add on,
President.
I know Supervisor Zanger was trying to rationalize, and I appreciate that, but the bottom line is we're putting a stamp of support on the direction they're going in, because he's just noted that they're going to be asking for a $100 million bond, and you yourself said you can't support a bond. So I know it's tough, because we're here, we're asking for state money, which is an issue that, we've always said we don't get our fair share. I'm not against asking the state for money. I'm against asking the state for a dollar amount that's going to be put toward a direction that I don't believe in. I just want to make that clear. Thanks.
If the residents don't approve the bond, there's no second high school. So it has to be the vote of the voters that are going to determine if this is going to happen or not. I just want to lessen the blow to the voters.
and say that we support and see the need for a second high school. Don't necessarily agree with how it's going, but it needs to happen. And when you look at the other options, especially the options that have been brought up at these town halls, unfortunately, there's a roadblock in every single one of the other location and options. But that doesn't mean that Best Road, this money could go to Best Road. Best Road is owned by the high school. They could do a high school on Best Road. And that's connected to Gavilan College. But I do agree it needs to be educational, but I'm voicing that by going to the workshops. That's where I'm voicing that it needs to be an educational school. It needs to be really tied in with where our current businesses are in our community and where our future businesses are in our community, so that we can keep the students working here, living here, going to school here, and then finding jobs here. That's my goal. And I don't know any other way of doing it without the educational system being part of it. And that's all I have comment-wise. Is there a motion?
Move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
Did I hear you call, Dom? You were aye, okay, so I want to make sure I had that right, I didn't hear it. 4-1, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to 1.5, and Supervisor Gonzalez pulled this one, and this is regarding letter of support for, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren's, funding from the federal level.
While I support the letter and the whole reason behind it, I was wondering if we can just kind of just reorganize our priorities in terms of how we're asking. And I know we're asking for funding for the wine trail and Cienega, but it looks like, you know, in hindsight, looking at Steve's report on the roads, that might be addressed already. So do we really want to focus on the Cienega being the main ask and the tourism being the main ask? I see Highway 25 being the main ask for me in terms of road safety and transportation. So I just wonder if we can kind of just rearrange our priorities of what we're asking for.
If I could clarify, there's two letters attached. One is from COG, and it's a letter of support for Highway 25, and COG is moving forward. That's the only ask from COG, and the request is for, I believe, 15 million. Yeah, 15 million as a community project. So that's one ask that's being led by COG for the congressional request. Our request does include 3. The order that they are in the letter isn't the order of priority, so we could discuss priorities, because in addition to the letter, there's paperwork we have to submit identifying which ones are number 1 priority, 2, and 3. So if you want to change any of the priorities, you could provide direction, and I can do that before submission, but certainly open to any.
Well, one of the reasons I'm asking is about 2 weeks ago, Congresswoman Lofgren had put on social media all of the communities that had gotten financial assistance that she had advocated for, and I reached out to Vice Chair Sotelo and asked, well, why isn't San Benito County, why isn't the city of Hollister on this list? Did we not ask? Were we rejected? What happened? I guess this letter is the ask that was missing, but I just want it to make sure for her to hear the urgency of it is really public safety and the roads, the highway, because Highway 25 is yet to be addressed in terms of funding. There's no route that's been decided, and I know that we have had this as a priority for a long time, but when you read the letter, it doesn't reflect that Highway 25 is the priority. And I would like to see that Highway 25 is the priority, because if it's just, you know, if she has to do a balancing act to see where is she going to allocate the funds, where and why, I would hope it'd be toward 25 than tourists and the wine industry. So, but I have no reservations on the letter itself, just the priority, the way we have it.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
a point of clarity. So with regards to the request to Congresswoman Lofgren, we did attend, as the board may recall, we went to the Washington to NACO's Lunch Conference. We actually sat down with Lofgren to actually present three options that we had, requesting some funding with, to repair certain things from a federal perspective. This item just opened up, so there was no portal that was open at the beginning of this year till about a week ago. Actually, it was Thursday, I believe, when it was finally opened up. So they opened the portal, and it's closing today. So we have to submit our request. So we only had 4 business days, approximately, to work on something. So to formally put something together. So that's what we have before you. I think from a jurisdiction point of view, I think you're correct. I think Highway 25 is obviously a priority, but from a jurisdiction point of view, that's coming out of COG. And for us, the unincorporated area, we have 450 miles of roads that we oversee, and that Cienega is one of them. So that's why we put that as an item of priority. So just wanted to have a point of clarity with that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kuznicki, any comments?
Nope. Any comments? Nope. My only comment is the reason why, because I knew the COG letter was specific to Highway 25, and Highway 25 is the top of every conversation we've had with Senator Laird, Assembly Speaker Rivas, and with Zoe Lofgren. I mean, Highway 25, we are just pounding it, almost to the point where when I sat down with Senator Laird this last meeting, he looked at me, he said, "I know exactly what you're going to say." And I said, "What?" He goes, "Highway 25. I said, "How'd you know?" And let me give a little, and I still gave the spiel because Highway 25 is so very important. But the reason on the Lofgren side, it's not for the wine industry as much as it is for connectivity all the way to the Pinnacles National Park. What I'm looking for is funding that will totally complete Cienega so that we can have a tourist loop that will tie people down to Pinnacles, bring them, though, through our wine country to be able to drop their dollars and then leave. I'm all about being a grandparent county where you have your grandkids come and spend time with you, you get all the love, and then they leave. And that's kind of where I'm going with the funding for this loop. And this is really to boost economic vitality in our community, boost our tax base, because one of the major things we have is a revenue problem. And so I think after the tour we did with Congresswoman Lofgren, she sees how that industry could grow and funnel money back into our, I'm going to just say it, back into our roads. Because any revenue that can come in through increased sales tax will hopefully be prioritized to our roads. That's where I'm at with this and the wording. So because of the urgency of this, I'm not going to ask for a rewording. If it's the will of the board to reword it or reprioritize it, I'll be open to that. But that's not where I'm going because of the deadline that is so crucial.
Yeah, no, I don't want to miss the deadline, so I'll go ahead and make a move to approve the letter as is.
Can
Oh,
I
go
add
ahead.
one thing? I pulled up the attachment and I noticed one error on the heading. It says hospital capital improvement, so I need to correct that. So I will do that if we can do one minor typographical correction.
Yes, please. Thank you for catching that. I did not catch that in the title.
Me neither. So
I went into the body.
apologize.
Sorry. Good catch. So do I have a motion with
Yes,
the amendment?
I went ahead and said, yes, with the
Okay.
friendly amendment.
And is there a second?
Second.
I'll give it to Kosmicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Dulce. And I am, just bring it to me and I'll sign, because I know you're on a time frame. So 1.11, I believe, is our next one. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. Now, when I was looking at this, I was inquiring as to why the rewrite was necessary, and then since the document didn't attach the red line version, it just showed the final. I couldn't really see what was changed and what was added. So can you specify what was changed?
It's in the body of the background in the summary. So right now it is 5 years of progressive responsible library experience. We would change that to 3 years. And then amending the 2 years of administrative and management capacity to 1 year. It doesn't change the education piece because that is required to have a master's in library science, so that it would stay the same. It'd only be the experience part. As you're aware, there hasn't been main leadership in the library for a year now. We've had 2 very unsuccessful library recruitments. And, you know, I will say this, the staff at the library has been phenomenal last year. They've really, in spite of minimal supervision and staff has really stepped up. We looked internally to see anyone with a master's in library science. We do have a candidate that does have that and has been promoted since then in the last year as well because of just because of the lack of leadership at the time. So, and not just that person, there has been others as well. So there are some promotional opportunities that would be involved if the board approves the changes of the minimum qualifications and we recruit within.
Was there any validity as to the public comment that was suggested about us waiting until the forensic audit was completed to see where there might have been maybe areas that we need to focus on that might need to be incorporated into this job specification?
I don't have any information on where that part of the investigation is going on. I don't have anything on that.
Yeah, neither I talked to county council about that yesterday too and inquired.
Again, like I said, I mean, they've been without leadership for a year now, and, you know, they're still plugging along. There's a lot of things on the table. There's library expansion, things that are happening. And so we're just trying to get, the leadership in place for the future.
And if I may, Madam Chair, it'd be permanent leadership that Henny Ring is discussing. We do have Manny Gonzalez that we've been very grateful to have on board, and he's been assisting us in the meantime and doing a very good job filling that gap for us right now.
I agree. And he would still be able to support as a retired annuitant. I think of that piece too with if we go this course of action and look internally. We would definitely be able to, administration office, myself, HR, to help support, even though we're changing the minimum qualifications a little bit, there's still the county support that could help with the growing of our own.
Any other questions? Comments? Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so that's 4-1 with Gonzalez opposing. Thank you, Henny. Are we going to do one more?
Yeah,
Ray?
one
One more. Okay, we're going to do 1.12, so Henny, don't go very far.
Not leaving.
Okay, and
And that was
this-
me as well, yes.
Yeah, that is Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the rationale as to why we're making this change here. I personally feel like there's been questionable hires in the past, and I'm not trying to attack any one particular person, but what's the rationale between us doing this?
Reviewing in some classifications, it is budget season right now. Reviewing some of the clerical classifications, including secretary. Right now, there's only 2 secretaries basically in the county. You have your executive assistant to the CAO, which is also a safety coordinator. And then you have a Secretary 2 classification that's being used in Health and Human Services. The Secretary 2 classification is a SEIU, which is being used as a confidential secretary, which is problematic because that secretary is in a bargaining unit and has has access to information that could be labor related and is representative and is working on information that is also part of the management part of in bargaining. So there's that part was a little bit of an issue because I noticed that when I got here that classification doesn't quite make sense. Secretarial positions should be confidential management because they support a department head with access to very confidential labor relation information. So that's one thing. When I was looking over executive secretary to the CAO, that classification is no longer used, it's inactive, but it's still in our class of pay plan. So since it is budget season right now, if a department, and again, this would have to be a request by a department. I'm not saying every department would probably have a secretary, but it gives the departments the ability, if they need an executive secretary, a secretary in their department, it would be a confidential secretary. And by removing the county administrative office language, becomes more general, so it could be used in any department. I'm not advocating that every department needs a secretary. That's not what I'm saying. Is what I'm trying to do is kind of make that secretary classification available if it's warranted in a department that may need that level.
So then making it a confidential position is specific or general to the position and not specific to whoever's doing the work currently.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and move to approve then for staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Thank you, Henny.
Welcome. Thank
Okay,
you.
we're gonna break for closed session, and we will be back at 1:30 for the public hearings.
Public comment.
Closed session. Thank you, Gracie.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Ella, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am regarding the Bill Lee project, the lawsuit that you're going to be discussing in closed session. I'm just, I don't know what's going on with the Board of Supervisors and with your legal counsel. There was already a tolling agreement, and I disagreed with, and so did Mr. Lee and other folks. Why did you rescind or cancel the tolling agreement, causing a lawsuit? Then the lawsuit, now you have a stay. And in my opinion, what has happened is that all it is build up billable hours for the lawyers to give you advice on what's going on. Yet, had you continued with the tolling agreement, you wouldn't be where you are today. You'd still be negotiating, and Mr. Lee and the planning department staff would still be working together. And I just would like for you, as a group of supervisors, to do the thinking on your own, do the research on your own on what it entails and what is the responsibility and what is the liability that your decisions put the county in, both financially and legally, every time you make decisions that can cause the county to get into a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
You have no further comments.
Okay, so we'll be back at 1:30.
the Sunny Slope case, the board approved by unanimous vote a settlement agreement. And under that agreement, the county will receive the sum of $730,000 from both of the defendants that the county was suing. The case will be dismissed, and the Pond 5 will be closed permanently. On the third case was San Benito Hospital matter pending in bankruptcy court. That case was discussed and information was given, and no reportable action was taken.
Okay, so now we're gonna move on. We're gonna do consent real quick. We're gonna do 1.14. So I believe we're gonna have Chris from Office of Emergency Services come up. And this was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. Okay, so I was questioning in terms of the RFP. Aren't these responsibilities and duties that you already do, that you perform in your course of employment? And why would we need the RFP to hire someone, a contractor, to do what you already do?
Can you put the mic on? Can you put the mic on for us? Right at the bottom, at the base. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Part of my duty as the emergency manager is to provide the necessary foundation for the management of emergencies and disasters through integration and coordination with other governmental agencies when required. We plan for, respond to, and recover from natural and man-made disasters, but we can't do it alone. We do have written plans that have been approved by the state and FEMA and adopted by this board. We exercise and drill on them regularly. In fact, we're required to at least annually, and we do that. The item before you today is a request to seek bids from a debris management company approved by FEMA to do recovery work following a proclaimed emergency at the discretion of the county or on when to activate. Typically, these companies accept payment directly from FEMA, leaving the county solvent until final payment, often requiring the county to only pay the cost share. There is no way that the county can provide all the necessary services following an emergency with the staff that we have. Recent floods have proven that. This is the best practice to have contracts or a contract to partner in advance of an emergency, not just with our local vendors, but on a larger scale. The City of Hollister recently engaged in a similar process through RFP, and larger and smaller neighboring counties have done this as well. San Bernardino is one that we leaned on for verbiage for our RFP, Merced County, and Sonoma County as well. So this isn't something that is unusual, and it's not actually work that OES typically does. So for debris management, we would rely, as we do heavily on RMA, to go out when we have a declared emergency and start the either cleanup process or the road maintenance. This company would come in. They can be required to use local vendors and start that process so we can continue with the continuity of business and operation for the county.
Madam Chair, if I may add too, with the escalation of natural disasters, we've noticed that it is very draining on reserves throughout the state. Many counties have reached the limits on what they can do. Santa Cruz, I think, is $150 million in the hole right now in their reserves, and they cannot afford another disaster. This does help and assist because now the work that would be done would be they'd be directly dealing with FEMA, and a lion's share or majority of the share of the funds they would be able to manage that and work with FEMA on reimbursement. So it would really kind of help us right now. I think we're about $3 million, if I remember correctly, the conversations that I had with Steve, and that we have out right now. FEMA has been reimbursing us, but it's been a trickling effect. It hasn't been a lot of money. So it's this would help with that and alleviate some of our reserves as well, which would be a really big thing for us.
So it basically doesn't directly help me or my staff. It's a service that would help the community as a whole and our county staff as well. when their emergency strikes. And it can be, it's the county's discretion. It does have to be a proclaimed emergency, or we are at the financial responsibility.
Okay, and you did say this is customary then in the field, excuse me.
It's becoming very common. Larger counties that have had major emergencies, such as Sonoma County, that experienced several years in a row of fire, are using companies. And Merced County just signed a contract with a debris management company because of their flooding last year.
And I recall how trying it was when we had the flood for RMA and your staff to be able to do everything to respond to the floods that we had January, February, March-ish. Yeah. Well,
And
okay.
the scope of practice that we will go out to bid on is broad, because we want them to be able to provide more than we may need. If we decide we don't have staffing to man a shelter, we can lean on them for that. If we decide we need them to provide 500 porta potties and we are only able to secure 30, that's something that they can do. So we are going really broad with our description for the RFP, and we can use the services as deemed necessary for an emergency.
You also mentioned about requiring them to use local vendors. That's not in the contract yet, then, or in the RFP yet?
That is.
That is, okay,
That we
good.
did request that
Okay.
they use local vendors as necessary or as appropriate.
Okay, I like that. Okay, I'll go ahead and remove my withdrawal and it's my opposition. I'll go ahead and move to approve this item, 1.14.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. I'm going to keep going because right now I know we have appeal, or the public hearing. We only have 2 consent items remaining, so we're going to go on to 1.18, and Steve Loop will be coming up to present on this one, also pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
This goes back to my question previously at a previous Board of Supervisors meeting regarding how we're awarding contracts and then how change orders impact the bottom line. And I was looking at all these change orders 1 through 7, and if you look at the original staff report back in January of 14th of 2020 was a change order for 500,000+, and then we have all these other ones. Looks like one might be a credit, but the others are all additional debits. And so from someone who is not in construction, doesn't know roadworks, intimately the way you do, is there a flaw in our system in how we're awarding contracts initially? Because of course I did see the staff report from January said that there were anticipated change orders, but we have all these others that come up. I mean, the way we're awarding contracts, is there a, and I guess a previous item that we had talked about, going to the third party outside to see our process, what we're doing, this kind of lends to my questioning. But all of these are change orders for Precision Grade Inc., and I don't know that company at all, and I don't need to know it, but I'm just saying it's all for the same one, and change orders are costly to this county, and I just wonder if there's a deficit in our contract award system.
Well, let's see, I guess I'll start at the beginning. So the original contract scope was pretty minimal, about 130K, because the 2 locations, the slides were a certain state, pretty minor, but Caltrans said, well, we want you to fix these, we're going to give you 120K, which even at the time probably wasn't enough. So that was awarded, and then when subsequent to that, about 5 or 6 staff, our staff, public works staff, the contractor went to the site and said, you're not going to be able to fix these 2 locations. They'd gotten a little bit worse. Both embankments have gotten worse since the first allocation. And so it was decided, even before my time, that we needed to redo the plans, the geotech make some modifications to the slope. What we did was, we didn't just repair the slope, we had to cut out the roadway and rebuild the roadway. And so we essentially redid the plans, not from scratch, but they were quite substantially changed. And so that was the big jump to the 560 or over 500. And so the project became a $670,000 project. And so during construction, went on site, we started taking out the hillside little by little. Well, the geotech that's there on site actually made us go a little bit deeper to get to good soil, solid soil. So that was change order, and that required extra earthwork. Additionally, we decided one of the locations to prevent further embankment from occurring, or embankment failures from occurring, we actually decided to put in a pipe because the old pipe was failed, buried. I don't know, I'm sure we knew it was there, but it was, 5 feet deep, and essentially the water was coming from the hillside and sort of flowing over the road and down the embankment. So we decided to, while we're here digging up the road, to put in a new pipe. And so that was another part of the big change orders. So between the excavation, the new pipe, the new inlet, it was about a 10%, a little bit more, because it was 77,000 out of 670, so whatever that percentage is, 12%. The change order was about 10 or 12%. So big picture, 10 or 12% of change orders is not unique for construction. I think we were kind of chasing an embankment that kept failing more and more, and so that's where we're at.
It sounds like it just kept deteriorating, so the situation kept changing.
That's it.
Okay, so going back to, in hindsight, would you have still awarded the contract to this firm, Precision, knowing all the change orders that have come up through no fault of theirs? Okay, I understand that, through no fault of theirs, but would the award system have been possibly different, seeing all these change orders that have come through?
I think the answer is no. Basically, for when we put something out to bid, it's open to the world, and they have to have a class, the contractors have to have a Class A license, they have to be in good standing with the state, and if those two things occur, then we just have to select the lowest qualified bidder. There's really not a lot of gray areas, it's kind of black and white, and so I think they're from Salinas. They did a good job. There was nothing extraordinary about the change orders. They did the work that we asked them to do, and we just completed the project recently. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Just from a layperson's perspective, it just kind of I don't know, this doesn't sit well with me. Contract is awarded, on one basis, and then of course circumstances change, but the award becomes a different figure, with all of the alterations and the change orders. I just have some concerns with the taxpayers' money and how we're moving forward. But okay, it is what it is. All right. So move.
Oh, before you make a motion,
Mhm.
because I would like to make a
Oh,
comment.
go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Supervisor.
You can go
Oh,
right on
okay. No, you go right ahead.
Oh, okay, I was
You
just
go
gonna ask,
first.
thanks, I was just gonna ask about, the highway administration, at least initially, was funding this, so, the dumb question, I guess, is why are they not funding the change orders, or have we approached them about funding the change orders?
They actually did end up giving us twice the amount they originally gave us. And then at that point, it was up to us to say, is that enough? Because that's all we were going to get. So they ended up, I believe there's actually two finance amounts, roughly $130,000 each. A lot went to the design of the original project, but they did give us a little extra to answer your question, but then they said that's what you're getting for the embankment failure. When we redid the plans, the cost jumped quite a bit, so that's why we had to utilize.
Have we reapproached them at all? I'm just curious on, hey, this project is now up to 700, whatever.
I don't think we approached them recently. I can check. I don't know the answer
Hey,
to
can
that.
we have a bunch of money? No, I mean,
Yeah.
in a formal way, I guess. I just, it's a little odd. It just seems a little odd. And if that's just where they drew the line, then that's where they drew the line, and we have to fix it. I'm just wondering how that works, basically, with something that they initiated.
Actually, I'll explore that. On some projects, they will give us additional funding when they're the sponsor. So I'll actually reach out and I'll report back to the board. during
And
that.
I totally support that, because you went right where I was going. But also, when these kind of circumstances happen and conditions change,
These change orders are all being pre-reviewed by you and staff before any work is being done. So when we get to a point that you're almost having to redesign it, do we have some sort of policy on what happens at that point? Because this is a big chunk to come back after the work's done and have us fund. It just doesn't sit well with me, especially when you approve a project and you think it's going to be a certain number, but then it comes back being this drastically different. So my only thing is, what can we do so that we're not blindsided by this in the future? That's, I guess, where I'm at.
Yeah, good question or good comment. I'll say on a normal project, we have a budget, let's call it $1 million, and then we have a contingency of a couple $100,000. And then we don't have to necessarily come back to the board after the fact and do these kind of things. This one was a unique one because the first change order was the big plan change for the $500,000, and so there was no, the other subsequent ones were just, I don't know, this one's kind of a unique situation where we just, in a normal world, the original project would have been $700,000. We would have had a contingency of, say, $140,000-ish, and then you wouldn't even have to worry about the project. It would just be part of the approved
Those are the projects I like. I like those projects.
Right.
I don't like projects like this one.
This one, we were kind of chasing our tail a little bit to try to fix things.
And I get it, it happens. It's just not the norm, and we don't want it to be the norm. I think that's kind of where I'm coming from. Anyhow, okay, go right ahead, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, well, I thank you, Supervisor Curro and Kazmicki for adding to my questions, because I'm just asking questions, and they were able to elaborate more. You know, they saw into my questions that I didn't quite grasp, and so thank you. But is there any way we can prevent that? You know, things like this. You said something about, I didn't quite catch the term you used, but say you said $1 million and a couple of hundred, whatever, 100,000 was for like a reserve or whatever. Contingency, thank you, contingency. So should we be writing our contracts more like that with a contingency amount figure in the contracts when we award them?
Yeah, our standard roadway projects, that is a procedure we implement. We have the project award, and then we reserve a contingency, and then you're authorizing Public Works to exercise change orders against that contingency, and ideally it's all within that project and contingency. That's our standard protocol.
Okay, and that goes back to the initial award whenever we award the contract, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, because even though you're saying that this is not the norm, since I've been on the board, or I've been pulling a few items, that it's feeling like it's the norm to me. So I'm just kind of concerned a little bit, but okay. Move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, we're going to do this last one, which is 119. Steve, you're on. And it was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. All right, now this is going to sound like a stupid question, but I know that the county has purchased equipment that we don't have staff to operate the equipment. We have equipment out there sitting on the yard that we don't have the personnel to operate. So I'm going to ask, do we have the personnel? It's a mower, so it's a standing mower, but do we have personnel that knows how to operate it so that when we do acquire the asset, we can put it to work?
Yes, we do. And we've had a couple mowers similar to this. One of them is in the shop and might not be able to get repaired because of the damage or the state of it. And the second one is barely working. So normally we have 2 mowers that we operate at building and maintenance. And so we're just essentially replacing them because the current one we have that's operational also has issues. So yeah, to answer your question, we do have staff to operate.
Okay. And when we make a major purchase like this for a piece of equipment, do we negotiate with the vendor so that our personnel, our county staff personnel, has the training and the know-how to operate the machine? And the reason I say this is because maybe 2 or 3 RMA directors before you, I know that we made a purchase for a piece of road equipment, and we had nobody to operate it, and it was the wrong type of machine that was purchased, And we deferred to the expertise of the RMA director at the time, who suggested the purchase. And we as a board approved it. But then when I find out and get to the bottom of it, it was the wrong machine. We're not using it, and we didn't have the personnel to operate in the first place. So I just don't want to keep on seeing that happening. You know, so I've only been on the board for, this is going on my 4th year, and it's too consistent for me, and it's very uncomfortable with taxpayers' money that we are wasting them in essence.
Noted. Yeah, whenever we get a new piece of equipment that our staff is not familiar with, the manufacturer offers training, we accept the training, and so I'm not sure for both these mowers that'll be necessary, perhaps for one of them, but yes, we'll be operating the mowers and quite frequently and be trained on them as appropriate. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If there weren't any other questions, I'll make the motion. But
Anybody? Nope.
Okay, then I'll move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, so that takes us off of consent, and we're gonna move on to public hearings. I thank people that waited the extra 15 minutes. It just is easier to get some of this stuff off our list. So we're gonna open the public hearing, item number 3.1. It is 145. And this is an ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area serviced by County Service Area number 31 for the fiscal year 24-25. And my understanding is this is Stonegate.
That is correct. So each year, per prior policies from the county, we adopt an ordinance that provides water allotments to that CSA, which is down south of Fairview Road on Highway 25. And they've drilled their own well. The well is operating about, 30-40% plus or minus. And so it's essentially of what it should be. And so basically they have to acquire water from other sources, and so we just help them do that each year. And so we look at the past year's use and allocate the water to that CSA, and they pay for the water themselves. So just kind of, but that's what we're doing here today.
Okay, we're gonna open it up to public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Bringing it back to the board. Any comments, questions? Okay, I have a comment. Since nobody else wants to talk, and I see there's people in the audience that might be able to come up here and answer some things if Steve can't, but maybe Steve can. Is there a long-term goal here that's working with Sunny Slope, Best Water, and Water District and Stonegate for a long-term solution for Stonegate?
There is.
Want to make some public awareness of what's happening.
There is a long-term solution to provide water to them from the Water District that's located off of Highway 25, kind of near Fairview as well. Sunny Slope County Water District. They're a water service provider, and so the county's teamed with them, and we've actually a few months back were granted over $13 million by the state, and the Water District themselves are contributing $4 million on a cost sharing. I'm rounding, so we have $17 million to bring a water pipe. And the county won't be doing it. We just help the grant be awarded. So we applied for the grant, but there'll be a new water line that goes through past Gavilan College over to there's a couple subdivisions off of Best Road. So the water pipe will go through there. It'll go down Highway 25 to Stonegate, and then actually go all the way to Tres Pinos. So that'll help these allotments that you're looking at today drop considerably. I don't know if it'll eliminate them completely, but they'll drop considerably. So it's a very good thing. And there's designers and folks that have started working on that project, and we meet with the state monthly, and some of the supervisors here have been helping in attending those meetings, so yes, very good thing, and that is in the process in the background.
Okay, because just so you know, some of the residents aren't fully aware of that, so I'm trying to spread the word. So thank you so much for that.
Bet.
And is there anything from the board? Is there a motion?
Move to approve as recommended.
And do we have to legally read anything out? Are we okay? We don't have to legally read out each of the 4 items that are there? Okay. Okay, per staff recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Thank you, Steve. Okay, moving on to 3.2. Welcome back, Steve.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
So, yeah, back on March 26th, there was a developer that had gone through the planning process at the county, and as part of the planning process, one of the requirements for the project was to annex into our CFD 2018, and what that means is because they decided to develop their property, they now have to pay a new tax, I'll say, an assessment each year, and each property decides for their own if they want to pay what I call the negative, or what's called the negative fiscal impact, which is basically law enforcement plus county overhead, which is what this developer has decided to do. I believe it's approximately $900 a year will be assessed on each of the parcels. And so back on March 26th, the board said, okay, we will consider this application to be annexed into our county CFD. It's called a resolution of intent. Then we wait 30 days minimum for the public to be aware and folks to provide input and comments, and they can even do that today, of course, at the public hearing. And that brings us to today, where the board will decide if that property owner can be annexed into our CFD 2018 system. And I believe I'll go to the exact rate. It's $897.23 per year. That will be assessed to those properties once they pull a building permit, and that'll pay for law enforcement and county overhead costs, so that they'll have a negative fiscal impact on the county. And the property's kind of over by Duncan and Bixby, between Hollister and San Juan Batista. So I'll pause there.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see no comments.
Bringing it back to the board. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve for staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's 5-0. And I apologize, was I supposed to close between public hearings each one of these separately? Okay, it's all open. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll close it at the end of the hearings. Okay, we're moving on to 3.3. And Steve, you're back again.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just putting up the slideshow here. This one's a little more complicated. So. Okay. 3.3. So, essentially, item 3.3 is to, for the Board of Supervisors to hold a public hearing to consider adoption of whether or not to divest CSA number 22, which is also known as Cielo Vista Estates, to have them have transition to a new sewer service provider. And so back on March 26th, it was a similar process as the CFDs, although a little bit different, where the board had a resolution of intent to consider this transition from the existing sewer service, which I'll talk about in a minute, over to a new service provider. And so currently, the county operates the sewer system through the CSA, and we also operate the wastewater treatment plant. Well, that treatment plant, I'll show you where it's located for folks that aren't familiar with Cielo Vista. They're located at the corner of Highway 25, Airline Highway, and Fairview Road. And they're right across the street from the Gavelin College site. So one of the things that we'll talk about is that when the Gavelin College site comes online, they have a choice, or they have an option, I guess, is to either be on septic with a leach field or to utilize a gravity sewer system that will gravity flow to the local regional wastewater treatment plant that's operated by the city of Hollister. And so there's an adjacent developer to the north of Gavelin College for a project that was approved many years ago called Fairview Corners, and they have offered to install the infrastructure to service both their property and Gavelin College, and their sanitary sewage would flow through Cielo Vista, connect to a pipe that was stubbed out by the city of Hollister, and then ultimately go to the regional wastewater treatment plant. And so a couple things to note. The wastewater treatment plant at Cielo Vista is 37 years old, and treatment plants on average last 40 to 50 years, so it's getting near the end of its useful life. The St. Philip County Water District not only would be the new provider, if approved, for sanitary sewer flows, it also provides water to this general area, so they're already a service provider it's in their area of service. The City of Hollister and St. Philip County Water District formed an agreement a few months back to provide sanitary sewer services to Cielo Vista, as well as Gavelin College and Fairview Corners and Lands of Lee, if that project moves forward in the future. The State Water Board highly recommends that sewer flows are distributed to a local regional treatment facility as in lieu of smaller plants, which would be their second preference, and then the third preference, or least preferred option, is for that sewer flows to go to sanitary sewer leach fields, because that can ultimately get into groundwater and cause some issues, and so the State Water Board definitely recommends all sewer flows go to a regional facility. LAFCO actually has already approved that the City of Hollister and St. Philip County Water District can provide service to Cielo Vista as well as other developments, so that's occurred. The county and St. Philip County Water District and even the city and LAFCO have held 3 meetings. All those entities were attending the last meeting, and we met with as many residents as showed up during those 3 meetings and tried to present to them some of those items that I just discussed 30 seconds ago. So where we're at today is we're at a public hearing where the Board of Supervisors is going to determine whether or not they want to allow the divestiture of sanitary sewer service. Something to note is that during the past 3 years of the wastewater treatment plant, somewhere around 2019-2020, Cielo Vista's ledger book was pretty much neutral. They didn't owe the county money, and they didn't have too much of an extra funding. They were kind of balancing out with funds coming in and funds needed for the treatment plant. Over the past 3 years, because things have needed to be replaced, the winter storms about a year ago completely saturated their sewer septic fields, and we actually had to truck out product from the area and haul it off site, which was a lot of septic fields in the area had a similar, it wasn't just Cielo Vista, but they had to spend a good amount of money to actually remove some of their sanitary sewer products because the leach field wasn't leaching because the storms had saturated the whole area. So over the past 3 years, mainly over the last year and a half, but over the past 3 years, they've kind of accumulated a little bit of a deficit. And I'm bringing this up because we discussed this with a few residents recently. And also at the last residential meeting, it's worth noting that multiple residents had noted that there was funding in the past, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that their opinion was CSA 22 had actually accumulated funds for CSA 22, and per those residents, those funds somehow were not part of their ledger books at some point. And I'm only noting that because because of the last meeting, RMA started researching some accounting from many, many years ago to see if that occurred, because at some point we're going to have to deal with the wastewater treatment plant and the property there. And so, you know, right now all we have on the books is the CSA still owes the county about $222,000, or will when summer comes around, if the transition occurs. And so if that's still the case, the county over a 10-year, I don't know if loan's the right term, but over 10 years, the CSA residents could pay us about $286 a year to pay back the $220,000. However, just so we're all aware of what kind of the situation of values of things, the county owns the lot where the sewer treatment plant is. So perhaps we can decide to sell the lot, and if there's funds that come in, and there was funds that had gone out years back, we'll have to have that discussion once we've done some research and things and see where that's all at. But there's a value to the property. We're gonna, on a completely separate process, knock down the treatment plant and do something with that area, depending on what the residents and the county decides is best. If there's some funding left over, and if, you know, it's shown that maybe the residents had already paid into their own account, and I don't know where the funds went, but I'm just throwing it out there that let's just say, you know, there was 200 and some odd thousand that should have been allocated to them, and through some county mistake or accounting procedure, I don't know what the right term is, you know, it could be credited back to them. And perhaps, just perhaps, that 220K could go away if the lot was sold, or you could split the lot, sell half the lot, use the other half for a park. There's all kinds of things that could happen with the lot. So I just want to throw that out there. That's being discussed in the background, and some residents have brought that up in multiple different formats. And so that's all on a secondary, completely separate discussion, but it is important to where we're at today, because once the sewer transition happens, the Fairview Corners project is going to pay for the transition to the new sewer service, the infrastructure for the new sewer service. And so at that point, the citizens, the residents, the homeowners, the property owners would be transitioned to the new sanitary sewer service, and then we'd have to, the county will be dealing with the treatment plant and the residents, and coming back to the board probably a couple times on that transition. And so that's where we're at today. So today, public hearing is being held for the Board of Supervisors to determine whether or not to divest CSA 22 of the authority to provide sanitary sewer services. And if the Board of Supervisors votes in the affirmative, this matter will be sent once more to LAFCO, because so far LAFCO has approved that Sunny Slope County Water District can provide the new sanitary sewer service working with the City of Hollister. They've approved that. Then LAFCO will now have to approve the divestiture of sewer service, and then it'll actually come back to this board again for a final stamp of approval. I don't know what the right term is, but Shirley can always correct me. She's good at doing that in a good way. So so that's where we're at today.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press the *9 or the raise your hand icon. We have one in chambers.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Drew Lander, General Manager for Sunny Slope County Water District. I just wanted to speak to the acceptance of, that Sunny Slope has. Our board approved at our last board meeting the acceptance of the sewer, taking over the responsibility of that sewer. As well, the developer for Fairview Corners, the development agreement was approved. with their agreement to pay the connection fees for all of the 78 units. So, you know, recognizing, you know, that this particular transition, the way this works or the way it has worked out, I just want to make it clear that for Sunny Slope and for our board, their interest is in just ensuring that there is development, consistent and organized development. That's really the only interest that Sunny Slope has in this. We have provided a way for the college not to install the $500,000 septic system. That is consistent with the urban area general plan that was adopted by both the city, Sunny Slope, County Water District, and how we're trying to manage our groundwater. So we're keeping with that. Sunny Slope and the city of Hollister, after quite a bit of discussion, came to an agreement that the city will allow the treatment of sewer that we send to them through the Roberts Ranch connection. So then the developer for Fairview Corners has stepped up and will do all of the off-site improvements, including pay for the connection fees. So this is about $1 million investment that they are making in the interest of, one, getting their subdivision approved and be, you know, it's approved, but moving it forward, but also in being a community partner. So I want to recognize that that's a big stretch for a developer to do that. But when it's all said and done, the new customers or the Cielo Vista residents really do get a huge benefit out of this. Their wastewater treatment plant would be $3 to $4 million to rebuild it. Instead, they get sewer service paid for and connected directly. So I don't anticipate any of the neighborhood being against that. Sunny Slope has put together a sewer connection fee, or not connection fee, excuse me, a sewer treatment fee. Our sewer treatment fee, we have to pay the city for treatment, and we do the collection. It's going to be about $116 per resident. But so that's more than the city charges, but that's less than we charge our customers up in Ridgemark, because we do our own treatment. Our treatment plant is a little more expensive. So I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for those of you, who've definitely been following this and participating with the college and with everything that we've been doing. And I know it's orderly development, and it will definitely benefit the community as well as the college. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I see no further comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any questions? No? Comments? No? Okay, I just want to say thank you not only to Sunny Slope Water District, but also Fairview Corners for coordinating this. It is a huge move forward. I thank you, Steve, for bringing up the concerns from the residents about funding levels and questionables, and so I definitely want to stay in the loop on that. So please know that I will do whatever you need to work with the residents, but we do need to make sure that that CSA funding was actually allocated and used properly. At the same time, I think this is a prime opportunity that in the future we will be updating the CSA with what services are provided by the county versus what services are provided by the residents. Since the Prop 218 voting process has not moved forward, we have to really define what they're doing versus what we're doing and make sure that that is recorded so that we don't have conflicts in the future. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want to make it known we need to make sure we clean up past practice. So with that, is there a motion? Anybody? I'll make a motion. A motion to approve per staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's a 5-0. Thank you. We're going to close public hearings. It's 2:07. And so we did all that. So we're to future agenda items, which I believe CAO Espinoza, were you going to do or have staff do any comments about prior agenda items and where we're at prior to our new process? Do we want to pull anything up and discuss? We do not have to. We can take a break. Nope.
We do have a few items that we're working on. We're gonna clean up. It'll be highlighted for us at the May 7th meeting, so you'll see probably a couple items on there. Again, this earlier today, in the light of keeping the meeting moving forward, we had Ariel and Dulce kind of comment on a couple of the future agenda items, so we'll be coming back later. Just,
Okay.
that's all I have.
That's great. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows we're not dropping the ball on anything from the past, right? Okay. So, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We are adjourned. We will be reconvening at 3 o'clock for a joint planning commission meeting.
Do I end it?